There's a 40-minute, like, mini doc that I made on the, subathons. You know what? Let's just watch it. Because I'm playing like shit. Let's just watch it. It's been a while. You wanna watch some slop? I need a break from this. I got 2 fucking runs today. It's a 40-minute video. Cause like I'm just yapping. Let's just watch it. Let's just watch it. Battery exhausted. Wait, are you fucking kidding me? Am I not strapped? The hell is this? Oh. Motherfucker, I'm exhausted. This fucking camera's $800. I'm not fucking buying 2 in the same year. Fuck off. Don't fuck me. Okay. Yeah, now there's like a layer deeper. Like React content was cringe. But now like there's like another layer below it. So like React content by comparison is like not even bad. Alright, let me see if I can find this video. Get the source quality. Get the slop. Movie 2. It's a trailer. It's probably here somewhere. The subathon retrospective. Let's see if I have any new opinions on this. It's been 2.5 years since I made this. No, it's not a green screen. The actual wall is here. This is a separate camera angle. Alright, we're gonna watch this slop. I can't hear it. Is it because it's muted?
We didn't do it with cosmic shake.
Okay. Let's see if I still like this video. I thought it was decent when I made it. It's a 40-minute video though, so strap in. It's reaction time.
We didn't do it with rehydrated. We didn't do it with cosmic shake.
Movie forever! It's showtime!
Let's
fucking
go!
Let me check
No,
the
I do not! I don't want to play any of these games!
prostate.
Oh, that's
prostate.
Play any of them!
Oh my god. Yeah, I was so tired. I was like, in that second subathon, I was staying up so long. Like 40-hour shifts and just like 2-hour naps. Yeah. I was literally falling asleep. That was really bad. I'm glad that we've moved past that.
Earning 68,000 subs in 80 days. The SHiFT-a-thon.
That's insane. I forgot that was a number. 68,000 subs in 80 days. And we were averaging like, well, during movie we were averaging like 800 to 900 viewers with like 1,400 maybe peaking. The majority of that subathon was like 500 viewers, and we were getting 68,000 subs in 80 days. Yeah, fucking, I can't even believe that, dude.
It was a channel-defining event, which ran from August 5th through October 25th, 2022. At some point throughout this time, our
what is it like skipping for you guys? That sounds weird to me.
Twitch channel reached over 30,000 active subscriptions, to which...
Yeah, that's 30,000 in a month. So like, in the span of a month, that's 30,000 subs in 30 days. For a channel of this size, is like literally it's never been done ever, never been done. And the fact that it was surrounded by what 38,000 subs, like before and after, like different like percentages of that. Yeah, I can't even believe this shit happened, man. It's like actually unreal thinking about it.
I promised to create a documentary about the event, but...
Yeah, so this is the documentary. And like, the original documentary was supposed to be like, I'm gonna be pausing a lot. This is just kind of like a guide for this discussion. The original documentary was supposed to be like explaining like the memes and like the story of like going to like Mars and stuff, and like I kind of figured it would be like a little like silly. Like you'd probably rather hear like a reflection on the whole thing from the person who ran it, you know, because there were a lot of things that had to be explained too. But I wanted to keep it short. I kept it at 40 minutes. It could have easily been an hour, but yeah.
After some thought, it became clear that a documentary-style video about what was ultimately an incentivized shitpost stream felt a bit aggrandizing and also unnecessary, because the full 1,920 hours are all watchable on my
That's true as well. On the replay channel, you can watch. Well, obviously, like here, it says that like some of them are blocked because of copyright. We were playing copyright music the whole time, but yeah, you can rewatch. It's like 250 plus parts. You can watch all like nearly 2,000 hours of this subathon as it was recorded initially, like as it aired all those years ago. It's still watchable. You can watch them to this day.
channel Shift Replay. So instead, I decided to gather my thoughts and create a retrospective style video. 1 year later, after enough time had passed enough to gain a clearer perspective on those 80 days, and after having gone through a follow-up subathon trying to fix some of the shortcomings with the first.
So, I mean, that's like pretty truthful, is that like I wanted to fix the problems of the first one, but I was really, the second subathon was really just like, I felt pressured to do another one because the first one was so successful. That's just normal, right? Like, I felt like people expected me to do another one that was even bigger and better. So, like, that was also part of the, like, pressure and, like, lack of enjoyment behind it. Like, trying to get a personal best for a subathon. Like, you know, it's just a little crazy. It's honestly kind of insane to, like, go into it that mindset. Because, like, people are, it's ultimately just a fucking donation thing, right? People are donating their money to keep it going, so it's kind of insane going into that, like trying to PB and like thinking that like you have to stay up all fucking day so it goes longer to PB to like constantly entertain people. You know what I mean? Like just basically just destroying your body for a personal best in a subathon, so people are constantly watching and you're getting subs. Yeah, literally just brutal.
I believe the passage of time and also the results of...
By the way, this video was made like a couple of months after the second one ended. So this was published like a year after the first one ended, yeah.
This recent event have helped enhance my perspective on the first one. This is the good, the bad, and the movie. It all started with a rumor circulating in April of 2022, claiming that Twitch was planning to reduce premium Twitch partners from a 70-30 revenue split to 50-50.
Yeah, so they actually did that. But they ended up capping it at 100K. So if you made under $100,000, it didn't affect you, but for me, like especially like doing subathons and stuff, if you made over $100,000 in Twitch revenue, they would cap your 70-30 share at 50-50. And eventually they went back on this because Kick became a thing around this time. And then they realized they couldn't fuck around because they were gonna find out. And YouTube streaming was getting a lot bigger too. So they completely axed that. And then back in the day, like it was only OG streamers, like OG partners who got 70-30 and everybody else got 50-50. But at some point they changed that so you could be like a premium partner if you get like a certain number of subs per month and hold it. So yeah, that was like really stupid. So we're like, okay, well, we're just gonna make as much money as possible before they do this, and then going forward, if we do like more sub incentives, we're just gonna do like Streamlabs donations instead. Because like that's the workaround, is like they didn't realize that we would try to work around it instead of just like giving Amazon more money. Like fuck that. So yeah, this is what prompted me to start like thinking. I started thinking about like, oh, I have to start making more money.
The rumor leaked from a credible source, so at the time it was something that I and many other mid to small size streamers who have been on the platform since the mid-2010s or earlier were pretty concerned about.
Making over 100K from Twitch was insane like 7 years ago. Now, if you make 100K a year, you're kind of just getting by in the Northeast. Like 100K is not a lot of money where I live, unfortunately.
At the time, I'd been focusing on achieving the first 42 in Battle for Bikini Bottom any percent, and creating a series explaining the full run for my viewers' entertainment. But this all got interrupted by the sudden need to capitalize on what might have been the final summer, with the revenue share that I depended on for the past half-decade up until that point, to speedrun and create content full-time.
I actually have a thumbnail. I'll show you the thumbnail that never got used, because now it's just irrelevant now. The video is just irrelevant because it never got, like, that series was 4 years ago. 4 years ago. But yeah, I was working on the 4th part, and then the subathon lasted forever, so I never finished it. But yeah, this is what the thumbnail looked like. This was for the Explain series. I still have it. It just never got finished because, obviously, movie went on forever. And then the run just kept changing. Yeah, it's a pretty good thumbnail, but yeah, it never got used. So there's your little behind the scenes slop. Well, the art's not slop. I just like saying the word slop.
The phrase subathon was a term floating in my chat for a while, and many were curious as to whether I'd ever do one.
Yeah,
it's
people were begging for it, and I did a subathon in 2017, but I didn't like it. I thought it was
Streamer
stupid.
Goes live with a set amount of time on the timer.
When
the timer runs down to 0.
And what's cool about this subathon, were you going back to make it at some point? Well, the whole point of making the Explain videos was to, like, test out new styles for the history videos, because I was always planning on narrating it myself, but the Explain videos are to get me back into the groove of making it, because the idea for the history videos before UCBs were found was that it would end on the GDQ run. Like, the GDQ in the first 43 would have been, like, because that was the whole, like, idea is that, like, the game got back into GDQ after I was banned, and a sick run happened, and, like, hard disk was, like, officially, like, accepted by the community. I don't know, it was a weird idea, but, like, it would have been good for the time. But yeah, this is actually a subathon that I did in 2017. Before even gifting was a thing. There was no gifting. There was Twitch Prime. I don't think that tiered subs are even a thing. But the whole point of a subathon back in the day, before gifted subs, before any of that crap that you know now, there were no bits, no nothing, I don't think. Wait, maybe there were, yeah, there were bits, weren't there at this point? I don't remember. But, I called somebody a Harley rider. Somebody was, like, doxing and harassing, like, literally everybody in the community, like, fucking... If you went into, like, a random streamer's chat speedrunning this game, you would see, like, their parents' names and shit, and, like, phone numbers and stuff. And the guy was literally doing this every single day, non-stop. It was actually just some fucking dude on disability checks, just, like, non-stop, like, searching people's info and posting it in fucking random people's chats. Like, nobody wanted to fucking play the game. That was a whole big thing. I actually made a video exposing that, but I never released it because I didn't want to draw more attention to it. But I called him a Harley rider because he was still doing it, like, 6 months after, like everybody was just fucking done. Like, nobody wanted to play the game. People were afraid to even learn the game because they didn't want to get doxxed. So I called him a Harley rider, like, multiple times, and I got banned for a month on Twitch. And then, now this is where it gets better. I got banned for a month on Twitch because they clipped it, and the dude mass reported it like 120 times. So I got banned for a month. And then a year after the Twitch ban, somebody took the clip of me that they clipped and mass reported and sent it to GDQ and said, this guy's homophobic. And then they banned me for a year and a half on top of that. So I got punished twice for something that I was fucking stupid enough to get baited into saying in the first place. Completely taken out of context. And, like, I don't know if you even remember this, but, like, that was a big thing on live stream fails. Like, that was, like, top of live stream fails. Like, trending on Twitter is that SHiFT got banned from GDQ for, like, basically, like, they trolled GDQ. The entire internet was, like, on my side for that, and they wanted me to, like put them on full blast and, like, talk shit to them and shit. But I already know that, like, people who tell streamers to do stuff like that are pretty much, like, always miserable. And if you lean into audiences like that, like, it's not going to be long until you become the person who gets hated on. That's like literally how lolcows are made, you know? Like, most people who are lolcows are, like, commentary streamers who their audience is turned on them. Because, like, you're just pulling haters in and, like, showing them more shit to hate, potentially, if they turn on you someday. So it's a pretty dangerous game. And like, aside from that, I just play video games. I'm not a fucking commentary streamer, so yeah, I never wanted to get involved with that and like have people watching my stream for drama and like expect more drama. I would have alienated people who actually like games if I had been a little fucking bitch about that. So I basically said, like, you know, like, you guys, like, I know that you're not like a fan of what happened with GDQ, but like, it's a big corporation. It was probably just a knee-jerk decision by somebody who got trolled, basically. They got baited into thinking that this was like the right decision. So, you know, like, just give them a break. And at some point, like, they'll probably make things right. But yeah, they blacklisted SpongeBob. They blacklisted the word shift from their chat. There are people constantly spamming donations saying free shift. I got inside information from somebody who was actually at the event when this all went down. And they said that, like, there were like whisperings of people who were running the event, like, reminding each other, like, not to allow any donations that had the word shift in it. I had to cancel my flight that I had already bought. There was actually like a Smash streamer who knew about this, and he tried to offer me like money to like reimburse my flight. He was just being a nice guy. Unfortunately, he was one of the people who got canceled the next year because of like all the fucking pedo shit going on in the Smash community. But like, you know, I guess I didn't really follow up with like whether those allegations are true or not. So I'm not going to say the name of the person it was, but like, I don't know. They're, like, the whole internet was on my side for it. They were really not happy with how, my back fucking hurts, how that went down. But yeah, pretty much like, I was banned for a year and a half on top of like the bullshit that happened like a year before that. So I wasn't able to even submit runs again until 2021. But in 2021, like, they reached out to me and said that they wanted me to do like a sideshow for them. They gave me a choice between two of them, and then they gave me both of them, and then they put my run in the main event the following year. So yeah, and this was also 4 years ago when I last did GDQ. So like, this is all really, really old stuff. Like, the GDQ ban was fucking 7 years ago almost at this point. That was during the diaper era. So yeah, this is like very fucking old shit. That's just a little history lesson. So we're in this video, we're talking about like subathons and like how I did a subathon in 2017. I didn't like it. The whole point of doing a subathon in 2017 wasn't to like, you know, make a fucking shit ton of money and like people gift like fucking shit tons of subs and stuff. The whole point of subathons was to get people to like sub for the first time, so maybe they sub again in the future, and maybe they keep their subscription because they like the emotes and stuff. Because back then, subathons were like, because there were no like tiered subs, I don't think, and you had Twitch Prime, like, you got the emotes, right? And this is before, like, we had better TTV and 7TV, but like now, like 7TV exists, and did I say 7TV? I meant to say we had Franker faces and better TTV. They were very limited. Animated emotes, there weren't a lot of them, and you can only get them on better TTV. But 7TV now makes it so like people have like 1,000 fucking animated emotes on every channel, and everybody has 7TV. So like, emotes aren't as big of a deal now, especially because like affiliate program is a thing, and anybody can have emotes, and there are just a fuck ton of emotes flying around everywhere. Like, back when Twitch was small, if you had emotes, like, you were the fucking like the shit back then if you had emotes on your channel. And people, like, it was like being part of a community, like, truly, if you had emotes from a streamer that you liked watching, and you would just use the emotes on people's chats, and it's like, if you saw emotes you didn't recognize on Twitch back then, you'd be like, oh shit, somebody got partnered. Now, like, they're just fucking everywhere, but like, back then, if you saw emotes you didn't recognize, they were always high quality, because like, the people who made them, obviously, like, they had to have some level of like talent to get them. No offense to affiliates, but like, you know what I'm saying. There are a lot of trashy emotes out there because everybody fucking has them now. So, but yeah, unlocking slots was a big deal, and you needed to hold subs to keep the slots. Like, let's say you got like 400 emotes, or let's say you got 400 subs, and like that would equate to like maybe like 6, 7, 8 emotes. If you lost if you dip below 400 subs or whatever the number was, you would just you would lose that emote slot. So like you'd still have the emote, but you wouldn't be able to change it. You'd just be stuck with that emote like locked forever until you got above 400 subs again. It was a really fucking weird system. But now we have like 60 emotes, at least I do, because of the subathon that we're going to cover here. Actually, we've hit over 10,000 subs in all 3 subathons at this point. But there was a point when we thought that that was never going to happen on this channel. But yeah, back to this little history lesson.
Stream ends, but the chat is allowed to intervene by donating to add specified amounts of time back to the stream. It's a great sub incentive and a more focused way of applying donation goals to a stream, which I've done plenty of over the years, but scheduling and following through with them in a timely manner has not always been my greatest strength, especially with focusing on speedrunning.
Wait, what did I say?
It's a great sub incentive and a more focused way of applying donation goals to a stream, which I've done plenty of over the years, but scheduling and following through with them in a timely manner has not always been my greatest strength.
No, of course not. Why is your recorded voice an octave higher than your real voice? Well, they're both recorded voices. This video is from 2.5 years ago. So yeah, my voice has probably changed. Also, my voice is like obviously dying in here. You don't know what my real voice sounds like. I mean, like, I guess like the Neumann gets pretty close. I'm running a pretty good microphone setup, but like, you don't actually know what it sounds like in person. Yeah, I was 20 something. I don't know how fucking old I was. This is October 2023. So what was I saying? Yeah, I'm really bad about following up in sub goals, but I was really bad back then. Really, really bad back then. I hit like a fucking third puberty, honestly, in my time streaming. Listen to VODs from like 7 years ago. I sound like totally different.
Especially with focusing on speedrunning all the time.
How many hours we got here? Am I stupid? 16,700. Yeah, so I've played the game 6,000 more hours since this. It's not even really that much. Still haven't done the monkey race, yeah.
Subathon would be a straightforward way to set time aside from the grind to focus on sub incentives for a short block of time. But funny enough, I'd actually tried my hand at this back.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about here is like forcing myself to do a subathon, or rather like doing a subathon when I know I'm going to be doing things over and over again works better for me because I'm bad at stopping what I'm doing when I'm speedrunning to like insert. Like, I get too wrapped up in what I'm doing, and like the random sub goals are a distraction. So instead of doing that, we just do a subathon straight through and just get all the giggles out during that. But I don't know. Sometimes I can put time aside for. I'm trying to be better about it. I'm not like consciously trying to be better about it, but I have been doing more random shit, and things have been going okay for now. So. Yeah, I think that's gotten better over the years.
Back in 2017.
As far as right now at least, because sometimes I'm really focused on the game.
Bit under a year into streaming, and even before the gift sub feature was a thing on Twitch. Needless to say, the addition of gift subs, bits, and the tools that have merged over the past 5 years to design merch quickly without a middleman made the potential of a new sub.
Yeah, so like that's actually pretty important. If you had merch like before Streamlabs and Stream Elements like did that shit, you were kind of just balling. Like, if you were partnered with the merch provider in, like, 2017, you were a gangster. Like, there are guys who have, like, the original SHiFT shirts and stuff. Pretty cool.
Sponge-a-thon quite lucrative. Paired with how the original Sponge-a-thon from 2017
but now because you can make merch
because I wasn't willing to leave my stream on while I was sleeping. We capped it at somewhere a bit over 20 hours, which at the time was the longest I was willing to go without sleeping. Obviously, since then, most of our sub incentives had just become one-off meme runs of media share, casual playthroughs of joke games, and so forth. It took a while for the subathon idea to grow on me again, but once it had, the potential for something special became clear. On July 1st, 2022, the Sponge-a-thon.
Yeah, so we did this because of Twitch being stupid, and like. We're like, fuck, we gotta actually have a good summer before we start getting capped for
2022 began. Like the first Sponge-a-thon from 5 years prior, there were select few SpongeBob games to be played in full.
Media share is when you send a YouTube video to the stream for like a specified amount of money and it plays on the stream in the background like the audio does. They still are stupid, to be clear.
Though this time in a set order with chat. challenges attached to make
This isn't the main subathon, this is like the trial. To see if we actually liked it.
things more interesting. The
And
goal
it
was to
what?
finish
Yeah,
all
one
5
sub
playthroughs
is 3
before
minutes.
the stream timer hits 0. And
Yeah,
viewers
that-
can add time back to the
that
stream
didn't
at
work
3
out
minutes
very
per
well,
sub,
did
and
it?
equivalent time values for donations
Like
and bits.
3 minutes
At
a
first,
sub
it seemed
was
like
just
3
like
minutes per sub
too
would be
fucking
challenging,
much
but we
time,
quickly
dude.
learned how wrong that was. It took 35
Like somewhere
hours
between
straight
like
through
a
to
minute
finish the
and
game's
30
list,
and
with
2
many
minutes
hours
is,
still
like,
left on the
good for
clock
this
when we
community.
ended,
It's
effectively
usually
making the
pretty
subathon
good.
aspect not tense at all because people knew it wasn't going to end. It was a great success for what it was, but still ultimately felt like a trial run. We still had not tried our hand at a true subathon designed to last for days or even weeks.
Yeah,
Not
I was very anxious about leaving my stream on while sleeping, because, like, I mean, like, I gave the context for, like, the whole GDQ ban, right? Like, how people basically just, like, trolled me, and, like, a big reason why I didn't want the chat on the screen is because of, like, all the fucking trolls and shit trying to get me banned. Like, I figured someone would just, like, type the N-word 1,000 times while I was sleeping, and then report the stream and then get me banned. So, it took me a while to warm up to, like, letting my stream go while I was sleeping. Yeah, but yeah, the trial stream, the trial subathon, I forgot to mention. That was a 35-hour stream, I think, right? Continuously. I didn't sleep between any of that. But yeah, I was up for like 35, 36 hours, 100%ing all those games in a row. Except for Creature from the Krusty Krab. We didn't 100% that one. That game is stupid to 100%. Especially when you haven't slept in 2 days, but yeah.
long after the conclusion of the Sponge-a-thon, one of my viewers offered me a generous number of subs to replay the same challenge attached to the SpongeBob movie game.
I don't know if Movie Madness would have happened without this, because, like, I had the no-hit idea, right? The no-hit idea was already a thing, but the theme of, like, the fucking orchestra conductor playing movie with the fucking fancy orchestra, that came from all the jokes that came out of this playthrough
Again,
with
to which I
Tuxedo.
sweetened the deal by offering to play through the whole game in a tuxedo. I can't take full
Yeah,
credit for the
Californium was
tuxedo
a
idea,
fucking
as this had been
huge
going on
oiler
around
in
the
the
same
first
time
SpongeBob,
this meme
for
was a
sure.
thing. But the idea quickly
Oh yeah, the fucking, this was absolutely inspired by the fucking going to the Minions in the tuxedo
developed its own
thing.
personality as we added more assets such as the
like a
penthouse
$45
classical music
suit.
among other
It's
fancy
fucking
things.
dog
Though
shit.
even at the end of this playthrough, it seemed like, to put it bluntly, everyone just wanted to spend more money.
That's like actually what it is though. Like that's not even an exaggeration. Like, it really just felt like people would just give me money for no fucking reason. Like, literally people just had money that they just wanted to give me. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. Maybe the stimulus checks were part of it. I don't really know, but like, I still don't understand how people had this kind of money to spend back then.
Specifically on
Like, I'm literally sitting here screaming the word movie for subs. I said movie 100 times because somebody probably gave me like $500. Like, what is happening, dude? Yo, James, thanks for the gift, man. Like, what is like, this is the most, like, insane, like, fucking... This is a case study, man. Like, what even was this fucking year?
What is movie? The SpongeBob movie game has
Yeah, so this is designed for people who've never even
been
seen
a running
the
gag
channel,
in my
I guess.
chat for years now, as it more or less serves as the low-budget movie promotional follow-up to a game that I speedrun on a daily basis.
Which is, like, kind of true. Like, the real reason why movie became a joke, obviously, is making fun of the people who speedrun it, because they were being, like, little bitches to us back in the day. And it slowly turned into, like, people saying movie because it was, like, you know, the joke, like, loses meaning after a while, and then eventually it becomes, like, we say movie because we want them to play it as a joke. We say movie because it sounds funny. But, like, that's, like, how it originally started. But, like, I think the thing that's kept the movie joke alive for so long is that it's just not battle. Like, that's what keeps people saying it, probably. I don't think that us, like, beefing with the movie runners, like, 10 years ago is really what keeps people making fun of this game and joking about it in an endearing way, at, like, you know, minimum. People just like saying the word movie. So it is kind of true that, like, people know what the game is because I speedrun this one, you know. Like, it's all kind of true, but, like, yeah, the whole movie thing definitely started, it became a joke because, like, we didn't like people who were playing it, which also ties into the whole thing I mentioned earlier with, like, the fucking, like, doxing and harassment and shit. Like, the movie community was very closely tied into that shit. Like, it was largely their fault why all that happened too. So there's definitely like some long-lasting like bad blood there with some of the people who surround that game. But that's not the reason why people do this shit, like the movie stuff. The movie is just a joke, you know?
Naturally, some first-time viewers over the years have been curious of whether I've played it or even am aware of it. The
Which is
humorous
also
part, of
true,
course, is that I'm
because people
asked about it all the time,
and it becomes
and I've
a
made
meme
my
because
stance
people
on it
ask about
clear,
it so
almost
much,
scripted
yeah.
at this point because I've had to
This is
answer the
all
question
true.
so often, that the game is just a mid-platformer with a ton of filler which I have no interest in pursuing serious projects with, such as those I've done with my speedruns, tutorials, explanations, deep dives, and documentaries on Battle for Bikini Bottom. But what if, for a full week, I were to
May, thanks
entertain
for
the
that.
idea of switching to the movie game full-time, and doing so not in a penthouse, but in a palace built on royal wealth and a live
This is the whole, like, this is literally, like, this made me so mad, because, like, there are people in the speedrunning community who are saying, like, it's such a fake scam marathon because he's playing the game that he hates. Like, that's the fucking point. Like, it's the evil SHiFT. Like, he's having a good time playing the game he hates, and there's just shit posts going the whole time. You can't even hear the game. Like, it's literally just the stream, like, flipped on its head. That was the whole point of this whole exhibition. And, like, there were still people who didn't understand, like, that was the joke, is that it's supposed to be a meme. Yeah, like people were like, I don't know, it seems like disingenuous. Like, that's the whole fucking point, is that it's like it's literally evil SHiFT. Like, it's the exact opposite of what we do, and you have to pay me to keep this fucking bullshit going.
orchestra to complement it, with an even more masochistic challenge in place. This was the foundation.
Like, I'm wearing red. Like, when do I wear? I never wear red. Like, maybe I have like a shirt that's like under this thing that's red, but like, I don't wear red. Like, red and gold? What is this? But yeah, like, the whole idea was like, we did movie upgrade list as the tuxedo playthrough to keep it going longer and make it somewhat interesting. And the movie damage list idea was something that I had at some point. I was like, this isn't gonna take one stream. It's gonna take more than one stream. So we'll do it for a week. Let's like set it for like a week. And the goal is to beat the challenge before the week is over. And you have to give subs to keep the subathon going. Which, like, I never liked subathons that were just like, okay guys, I'm here, give me money so I keep streaming, and if you don't, I'm just gonna take a break for a day and come back anyway. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, no, this is like, we're gonna do this specific challenge, and if the time runs out, then I can't continue the challenge if we don't keep the subathon going. Like, that's the whole point. Like, you're not gonna see the challenge if it hits 0 because I'm not gonna do it next stream. The challenge is over if we don't make it while the subathon's going, which just makes it more interesting. Like the normal subathon formula that's just like, guys, I'm on stream and you can watch me sleep. I just thought that was so fucking lame. So, like, when I had this idea for, like, the challenge subathon, which, by the way, everybody fucking copies this now. Everybody, last 4 years, like, people just fucking copy this shit. But this was the idea that made me want to do like an actual subathon, because I thought it was a good idea.
Of movie madness. For one
So, yeah,
week,
movie
I would attempt
madness.
to beat the SpongeBob movie
That's the
game
name.
damageless without failing a single challenge as well. Obviously, some glitches trivializing the challenge would be banned, pause scumming, and warping before dying would not be allowed, but to
Yeah, like, you can pause the game, like how in this game you can pause the game battle. Like, you obviously in that situation you could just pause the game and warped before you touch the lava, but like, that's just fucking lame. So we didn't do that. And like, obviously the game
make
fucking
things
itself
even more
up.
chaotic, we would not allow get-out-of-jail-free
Yeah, okay.
cards for the
We
game
did talk
failing
about this.
itself. For example, the notorious fake ring glitch,
Yeah, we still counted that. If that happened, we didn't
or
continue.
stuns not registering from body slams,
There was no like, oh, that's bullshit. That shouldn't have happened. Like, if you get hit,
or
you
enemy
die.
projectiles
That's it.
not
Like,
reflecting and clipping through your hitbox.
That's what?
yeah, I forgot how fucking bad this game.
The SpongeBob
like, what
movie
the
game
fuck?
is known for its
Literally look
instability.
at that
It felt
shit,
like the
dude. Like, I'm
perfectly
standing
chaotic
on
game
top
to
of
run
this
such a
thing,
masochistic
trying to hit
challenge.
it, and
Having
it's
to
not
return to the
fucking
beginning of the
working.
game after each fail, being forced to drive the sandwich and slide the bathtub uphill for hours to return to where the run last died. This would not only be a hilarious manifestation of a meme that's developed in my chat over the past half-decade, but could also be used to drum up excitement leading up to the premiere of the first gameplay
I forgot about that. Okay. That was another reason why we did this subathon, because nobody was talking about the Cosmic Shake, and I was very, very aware that a big reason why Rehydrated was as successful as it was is because the amount of attention that we were giving it on the internet. Like, speedrunning was peaking, speedrunning Battle for Bikini Bottom was peaking, Like, everything surrounding Battle for Bikini Bottom was peaking because of the internet. And, like, we were at the forefront of that. We were leading the charge for Battle for Bikini Bottom. I still don't think that THQ Nordic quite understands, like, how much of the marketing was handled by us for Rehydrated. Like, these past couple of SpongeBob games probably did fine for, like, the standards of, like, a licensed game. But, like, 1 million copies the summer that game came out, and then another 1 million before the first year passed. They didn't advertise Rehydrated that much either. We fucking advertised it for them. Everybody on the internet was talking about us, like the speedrunning, dude. PC Gamer was writing articles. Fucking Walmart magazine had us on the front page with the salute. Like, literally, I definitely had this somewhere. Let me find it. It's gonna be weird though, because it's a PDF, but I do have this somewhere. Like, this was printed, by the way. I'm sure somebody has the print version. But, like, where is this shit? It's somewhere. I know that I have it saved. Do I have it in my history folder? It's under historic images. Well, here's the PC Gamer one. This was right after Rehydrated was announced. But this isn't the one that I'm thinking of. Like, everybody was fucking talking about this game. It's a PDF file. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because, it's it's like a Google Chrome file. Like, it's not like an Acrobat file or whatever it has to be. I know I got it here somewhere. It's probably in my history folder. Yeah, Walmart issue. It's a PDF. Yeah, here it is. It's a free issue, actually. This is crazy. So, like, it's like their gaming magazine. So yeah, this is the Game Center issue. June 2020 when the game came out. I like how The Last of Us Part 2 isn't even the cover story, which was the game of the year at the time. Like, it was going to be. But, like, this shit is. And then there's, like... Where the fuck is this? It's the cover story, so what page is it on? Future Gaming. Where's the cover story? Okay, yeah, so when you flip it, like, it says page 20. There's an entire page dedicated to Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, and then it says go to page 28, so we're gonna go to page 28. I'm just trying to find the bit. There are actually a lot of pages on this. Alright, so here we found it. I still can't believe this is real. Like, when you tell people how big this was back in the day, they will not believe you, but... yeah, somebody has the physical one. Anyway, cover story. Speedrun SquarePants. Like, this is not, like, this doesn't even feel like it's real, dude. Since SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated was built from the ground up, which is actually not true. They actually used this community's modding tools to make the game. They repurposed our Industrial Park editor to make the game, which was a big controversy because they didn't give credit to the guy who made the tool until after people like outraged about it. But it wasn't necessarily built from the ground up entirely. They had tools to work with when it was. So, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, sure, it was built from the ground up. Since SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated was built from the ground up, the team needed to make sure that the game felt close to the original. To help in that goal, Purple Lamp Studios actually arranged a visit from the current world record holder for speedrunning the original game, a player who goes by SHiFT. SHiFT knows the original game inside and out, says THQ Nordic producer Martin Crouch. He pointed the team to a lot of little details, shortcuts, and gameplay design choices that are hard to spot, even for a game developer. He visited the development studio and played the full game, as far as it was done at the time, together with the team. Which actually is kind of insane that, like, I live in the US and this is in Vienna. Like, they paid for both flights, both international flights, my stay at the hotel, all my food. They paid for everything. They treated me like a king. Like, I literally sat around the table and played the game and, like, spoke, and they, like, wrote notes when I was, like, sitting at the table playing. It was fucking awesome. Some of the best days of my life, honestly, back then. While SHiFT may very well be the world's foremost expert on Battle for Bikini Bottom, he wasn't the only fan at the Team Purple Lamp to turn to for ideas. We've looked through the discussions that fans had in various forums and tried to adjust our vision to incorporate their expectations, which basically means like casual fans saying like, where's Robo Squidward? Like, they put it in the multiplayer and like shit like that. But the majority of the there are a lot of things that got into the game that I suggested they put in, and they did put it in. Like the button icons, like having bowling pins on the ones that you bowl, and like crosshairs on the ones that you hit with the cruise bubble and stuff like little like accessibility things like that. When I was at the studio, they actually more than one person mentioned like they asked me if I ever wanted to get into game development, and they tried to encourage me like, oh well, you don't need to have coding experience to develop games. I thought that was a nice compliment, but I just like playing games. So Cruce said, in fact, the game's achievements or trophies were directly inspired by an imagined list in the community wiki. That's pretty cool. The team liked it, so much that we got in touch with them, and the authors kindly allowed us to use what they came up with about the game. Yes, they took, like, obviously speedrunning was at the forefront that made the game popular on the internet, but, like, there were a lot of small communities that were, like, here first, technically. They just didn't get any attention before the speedrunning thing. Like, there was a guy, Fred, who, like, brought people together and talked about the possibility of the game being remade, but it was mostly just, like, you know, like, every community for a licensed game has that shit at some point. Like, I stayed there for 3 days, and I was in the studio for 12 hours a day. They actually really wanted me to go around the city and, like, look around and sightsee and stuff, but, like, I literally speedran that, too, only because they insisted. Because I just wanted to play the game and give them more feedback. They actually offered to have me stream the game from the studio, which I should have just fucking done it, dude. I wish I had that. Like, even though it was a demo that we already saw, like, I should have just done it because it'd be such a cool, like, legacy piece to have, like, a stream from the inside of the studio when that game was being made. That would have been so cool. I should have taken that offer, but I didn't. Because I was like, we already saw the demo, and, like, I didn't want to play it with the camera not fixed, because, like, I fixed the camera for them. Like, the camera that they use in all these games now was originally set by me and Rehydrated. But I was being stupid. I should have just fucking done it. I could have streamed with, like, the devs sitting around, and, like, we could, like, discuss the game. Like, well, that should have been such a fucking cool stream, but I didn't do it because I'm stupid. So, yeah. Fuck, what was I saying? Special thanks. I got a special thanks. In Rehydrated, I'm in the credits for a special thanks. Special thanks to SHiFT. So, I forgot what I was saying about Rehydrated, but, like, yeah. This shit is unreal. And there's so much more like this. Like, I was talking about the smaller SpongeBob communities that came before this one. Even the speedrunning community was, like, a niche thing with, like, Cole's videos and stuff. Like, Fusion Various videos. It didn't start to get bigger until 2016 when I fucking stepped in and, like, my buddies, we were all playing it. Like, super acquaintances. Like, that's when it started to really get big. And from there, like, the GDQ run happened, and then they bought the license to the game in 2018 because so many people were talking about it on the internet. Like, it was their shot to get SpongeBob games going again. It happened really quick. And, like, it's hard to explain to people, like, how fucking... Like, people just wanted SpongeBob games. Obviously, I can't take credit for that. Like, people wanted SpongeBob games, but, like, this community that we built figured out the shit, like, that people wanted the SpongeBob games, dude. Like, we were uploading these, like, speedruns and even, like joke speedruns of other SpongeBob games. Like, Lights, Camera, Pants, and Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. These videos would all get a shit ton of fucking views, man. people were just starved for a new SpongeBob game, and they noticed how popular they were getting around this time, and the rest is history. Now we get SpongeBob games SpongeBob platformers once every couple of years or so now. So yeah, that's that. Feels surreal, and when you tell people that this is reality, they question it now, because like obviously I haven't put together the documentary yet, and I plan on doing that in the future when I get sub 40, but on Xbox I mean. But yeah, as I was saying, as it pertains to this, a big reason why we did the subathon that lasted for a week was to help promote the Cosmic Shake, because not enough people knew about the game. So yeah.
Trailer of SpongeBob the Cosmic Shake, the new SpongeBob game and follow-up to Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, which had not been given a release date at the time. With the movie meme,
yeah, they really fucked up the marketing on that. Like, they like teased it, and then a year later they didn't even show anything. Release your own game. Yeah, the one I've been working on secretly.
At its all-time peak, Twitch revenue share cuts on the way, and a new SpongeBob game about to drop. It was time to drive the sandwich.
Yeah. Like, that's, like, this was like the perfect storm, dude. It was just, and then like the idea was just so good. Like, look at the fucking orchestra. Look at the guy reaching in the corner, in the upper right corner, reaching for nothing repeatedly.
On August 5th, 2022, the madness would begin. For 2 minutes a sub, chat could add time to the stream until the 1 week mark.
2 minutes a sub was like still too easy for them to do.
When the Cosmic Shake trailer was set to air at Gamescom 2022. If the timer hit 0, the challenge of beating movie would go uncompleted. So for those invested in the challenge being completed, the stakes were high. Throughout the hours when I was sleeping or practicing BFBB, chat would attempt to beat the GameCube version of SpongeBob Revenge of the Flying Dutchman using...
And like, obviously a lot of people do like Twitch plays Pokemon, but I thought it'd be cool to do a 3D platformer that you guys are familiar with. And then the reward for this was going to be, if they beat this, then we do a classic media share, like the one we're doing today, actually, on the at 9 p.m. Eastern time today. We're doing that. Like that, the whole idea was like, if they beat the Dutchman with the chat like this, then they get a media share run like the old days. And so, they would do, like, because I was still thinking that this is only going to last for a week. So up in the corner, you see the corner here? I was practicing the game. I was practicing Battle for Bikini Bottom while they were working on this shit, because, like, part of the goal was for them to beat the game in a week, too. So, like, I was, like, still, like, in my head, like, this is, like, 6 years of practicing Battle basically every day of my life. So, like, it's just a habit, like, to... You know, obviously now, like, we've gone more than a week without playing Battle. Well, you know what I'm saying. There was a time when I was injured and I couldn't play for a week or two or something like that, but you know what I'm saying. That was actually why I was working on the history videos. That's why I was able to get them done so quickly, because I was putting full focus on the second one. The second one, I mean. The first one, I think I was still playing because I wasn't injured yet, but yeah. But, like... Still practicing in the corner, thinking that this is going to be over in a week.
Only Twitch chat controls. This kept viewers and patrons engaged throughout the entire night to provide the 24/7 entertainment experience, which is a staple of the subathon concept.
Which we kind of lost the plot for that in the second one. But
without high stakes 24/7, it might as well not be a continuous marathon. What makes it special is the incentive.
That's why these fucking frauds pausing their timer when they're sleeping, because they're just doing it for the fucking money. They're not trying to be entertaining, they're just fucking doing it for the money. It's like a scheduled harvesting. Like, you can't be doing, like, if the subathon dies, it dies. That's the whole point, you know? Doesn't mean anything if it's gonna last forever.
Did to stay tuned in the entire time, even when the streamer is asleep. So the viewers had their own challenge to complete as well, and put a lot of effort into doing so.
They really did.
Their challenge
they really
put
the same
like clock as mine. If the timer,
like, did I show the map? The map. They like made this whole fucking map, like, for the route to, like, actually accomplish the deliveries and shit. It's crazy. They put a lot of effort into it.
Is the incentive to stay tuned in the entire time, even when the streamer is asleep. So the viewers had their own challenge to complete as well, and put a lot of effort into doing so. And of course, their challenge round.
Yeah, this is the most high effort subathon, dude. Like, we literally did this shit for 80 days. It's crazy, man.
the same clock as mine. If the timer hits 0 at any point, the stream is over. By the end of the week, much
really
fun was
close.
had and much money was made. But the success...
I think it hit 1 second or something. Like I think it hit like 3 seconds in the first week, and then it went on to last 80 days. So you never know. You never fucking know, dude.
So the marathon and the challenge not having been completed after a week led many to ask for an extension. So I'd uncap the subathon and allow it to run through the rest of the weekend, knowing it would probably just end up dying on Monday.
Like the Cosmic Shake announcement like came and went. Like it wasn't about that at this point.
Anyway, surely.
What the fuck?
Fucking spider movie.
One month later, it was still movie forever. The stream milestones hit within this month.
Yeah, we got the fucking oil being mined out of the ground, like drilling for oil as people were spamming subs. 23,000 fucking subs. Look at this fucking slop, dude. Literally, like, the whole screen is just people, like, spamming block tokens to get people to give subs to unblock them. You had the fucking 200 for 200 gift sub offer with fucking 140. It's like covering the gameplay. Like, look at how much shit is covering the fucking game. Yeah, the BP logo. Look at how much shit is covering the fucking gameplay. Like, it's not about the game, dude. I think like a week and a half in, we got to 51 tokens. And the 50-second token is the end of the game, right? We were stuck on that 50-second token for like 4 more weeks because people just kept fucking giving subs to reset the game. Because you can give 100 subs to reset it. You can force a token for 20 subs. So that way you have to do a token that like fucks up your run. And you get hit. And like people would give subs to unblock, to like undo the forced tokens. So if you gave 20 subs to force a token, and somebody else gives 20 subs to unforce it, then you got 40 subs right there. That's like fucking like over an hour on the timer. Yeah, there was a day when we literally did no cheese like 200 times in a row because people gave 10 subs per no cheese. I think that's actually what this clip is from.
We're unlike anything I've ever seen for a channel this size, and
this will never be replicated. And like I can say that confidently because subathons are just so tired and everybody fucking does them now. This will never fucking be replicated ever again. Like, we can't even replicate this. This is fucking insane. Like, to think about, like 68,000 subs in 80 days straight for a channel that was averaging, like, 500 to 600 viewers the whole time. Like, I literally fucking don't know how this happened.
I believe those who were here to experience this live would agree. It was a massive rush of all the fans who had...
Literally fucking Variety tweeted out movie during this shit. And like all these fucking like influencers were like making like news posts about the subathon and how big it was, and like there was more insane shit that happened too that I'm forgetting, but like everybody fucking knew about this shit, dude. Like Moist was talking about this shit on his
gathered
stream,
to watch
too.
my speedruns over the past 6 years. Help
Everybody
movie
fucking
take
knew.
over.
I mean,
Twitch
like that's
furnace.
not a big surprise because obviously Moist has been watching me for like. He said that he was watching my runs back in 2016. That's what he said. So.
Entire month. But how could a challenge this simple go on for so long?
Fucking
Obviously,
movie,
the overarching milestones and rally to be part of this first-time phenomenon for the channel were...
That's a big thing too. Like this will always be the first one, so like everything after this has to try way fucking harder to actually earn subs because the first one was the big one. Like, and I knew this too. Like, the first one is always going to be the hype one. It's going to be hard to replicate anything like that when people have already experienced it and they know how it goes.
A large fact.
Like, people were afraid of the timer going under 6 hours during this. Well, it wasn't technically. It was the first one where we were sleeping in between sessions. So it was the first, it was the first one that we just allowed to keep going. But people are letting the timer edge to 1 second now. But, like, back then, people were, like, freaking the fuck out when it went under 6 hours. And it just kept, like, slowly degrading for, like, another, like, 50 straight days. 50 days until eventually people got comfortable with, like, 20 minutes and then 10 minutes and then 1 second. So, yeah, like, it's never gonna happen like that. Yeah, forcing the Plankton Bungee and forcing the combat challenge and now that we're men. Yeah.
But along with large incentives came smaller incentives, such as forcing me to complete an off-route objective.
Oh yeah, like literally blocking certain moves so you literally can't continue the game unless they unblock it. Like blocking the spin upgrade so you can't do the Merv room. So you literally have to give like 10 subs or something, like 30. I think it was 30. I think it was 20 subs for a token and 30 subs for an upgrade. So like if you don't give 30 subs before we get to that point of the game, then it's just fucking over. We literally drained this game to death. Yeah, $80,000 in a month after taxes. Insanity.
For sub.
Wait, was that before or after taxes? I don't remember. I just remember the number.
Particularly unfair objectives, making it likely for me to.
By the way, the run that actually made it to the end was actually Sunday. I think this actually is. I think this is the run. This actually is the run that made it to the end. They forced Sunday Ring, and I actually beat it without taking a hit. And like obviously, if you sit and fucking practice it, like you can probably do it pretty consistently, I'm sure. But like, big part of the challenge is that we weren't actually looking ahead and practicing things before getting to them. So like, we weren't fucking doing this challenge at all. Had to fucking like free ball it and like improvise to actually do, and we actually fucking
and therefore have to start.
The balls shoot through the rings.
To run all over again.
Like,
Viewers could also block upgrades as an incentive, and these upgrades are crucial for executing no-hit strategies. And finally, the viewers could give subs to unforced objectives and unblock power-ups. Those invested in seeing the run reach the end would give subs to undo the other.
It was a constant war between the shit posters who just wanted the shit posting to go on longer and the people who wanted the challenge to be beaten. Yeah.
Their viewers' restriction.
It was actually fucking brilliant. This shit was fucking cinema, dude. This has got to be the greatest subathon ever, man.
And those giving subs to restrict the run very much understood the meta of doing so in order to encourage the other side to give subs to unblock. Both sides were eager for one to outdo the other.
And then we fucking brought movie into the galaxy.
It made the run more exciting and kept the marathon going long.
Because the whole like plot was that like we ran out of oil on Earth, so we had to go to Mars to drill for more oil.
It was a massive community effort to keep movie played for as long as possible. And if all else failed, any viewer could give one.
And that was the whole point. By the way, fucking Spider-Man with the movie hat in the corner with the glasses. That was the whole point, is that people just wanted it to keep being played. Like, just keep playing. Because at that point, like, we were hardly even playing movie. Like, movie was off the stream for years, and they finally got me to play it again, so they wanted me to play it forever. Context matters.
100 subs at the end.
Yeah. Well, there was somebody who reset it, like,
beginning.
No questions happened here.
Very much understood the meta of doing so in order to encourage
somebody
the other
reset
side
it literally. Well, I think
both
it was
sides were
California
eager for one to outdo the other.
Literally
Since
reset it
more
right
exciting
at the
and kept
end
the marathon
before the
going
final
longer.
hit. Like,
it was a massive
I was
community
at the
effort
edge
to
of
keep
the
movie
plank,
played
like
for as
about
long
to
as
use the
possible.
guitar.
And if all else failed,
Yeah,
any viewer could give 100 subs at the end of a run to force a reset back to the beginning. No questions asked. Though this was a controversial allowance, it was always an option from the start.
Insane. And he gets up and walks away in rage.
I believe it was clear to most that the no-hit attempts of the SpongeBob movie game were not meant to be taken serious.
That's right, and people were fucking mad about that.
But after many forced resets on the final boss and an unimaginable number of forcing and unblocking exchanges,
so much fucking money was spent keeping that game from being finished for like 4 straight weeks.
This movie was finally defeated. At this point, the viewers had become more invested in the subathon itself rather than the challenge in the game. It had become a contest to see how high the sub count could go and how much.
And we tried doing like 100% upgrade lists, like going for more tokens.
Longer it could possibly last for. My original plan was to continue going for higher game completion until eventually collecting every token in the game as opposed to just the minimum requirement.
I made a judgment call.
But after one day of this encore, I could tell we needed to shake things up. Thus began Incredithon.
Incredithon was an idea that I had for a separate marathon, but I'm like, you know what? It's the first one. We have a full month of momentum. People are still having fun. We gotta just do it now.
Second phase of the 80-day monstrosity.
It's more likely to succeed
Incredithon was
now.
actually originally set to take place later that same year around the holidays. It was an idea I'd already become
explaining all
invested
this in the
but I
video.
had a feeling that with the Cosmic Shake coming soon at an unknown date, plus the iron still being hot for movie madness,
we still didn't
it was
know when that
already
game was coming.
The first
It could have came in December, and then we wouldn't have done it like for a Christmas subathon. So, yeah, that was another thing too. We didn't know when Cosmic Shake was coming. We could have been tied up with that. It just wouldn't have.
noticeable difference with the Incredibles game was the absurd number of mobs spawning in every level. Unlike the
that was so
SpongeBob
much
movie
more
game, which had a
interesting than
binary
movie.
health point system, the
It was still
Incredibles
a
movie
meme.
game has a meter as the player is supposed to take multiple hits before dying. Clearly, this game
But
was
it
not
was a- it
created
was a
with the
much more
intent for the
interesting
player to
game.
avoid being hit. And special thanks.
We did this at a charity event too. A couple of years ago, we did this at a charity event where I tried to no-hit the game, and every time I took a hit, I give like $200 to charity. I expected to take a lot. I only got hit once, and the only reason why I got hit was because I fucking forgot to pick up the sprint power up before doing this section, and I ran out of energy to sprint, so I got hit. Because like I didn't hit the thing before, like I didn't have enough time to sprint to him. So that was that. I could have literally done a fucking no-hit at a live event, just like one shot, get it. But yeah, unfortunately we took one hit. I ended up giving 500 anyway to the charity because I expected to take more hits.
Thanks as well to COYS
because I'm just such a good guy. I'm such a good person.
From the Heavy Iron modding community for creating the one-hit kill mod along with some other meme additions
mod.
that made this playthrough a lot funnier. In general, the support from the Incredibles fans throughout this section of the marathon was great, and I'm also appreciative that people enjoyed this segue from the SpongeBob content. Unfortunately, however, we later found out that in level 9.
Also, for those of you who don't know, this is the you know how like Scooby-Doo like became this game, right? Like it was built on the same engine. Incredibles is the game that came after Battle, so this is still Battle for Bikini Bottom's engine, but with the Incredibles. So. A lot of people don't know that.
About halfway through the game, there is an unavoidable hit.
Also, it's like 5 in the morning and everybody's sleeping. I might just upload this to the VOD channel so more people can like see this, because this is good shit. Like, we're having a good time talking about this stuff. Like, I always fear that like someday I'll forget these thoughts, so I want to keep them like out there.
In the robot arena that you must take following the first Omnidroid fight. It was then decided that
the no-hittable area, which by the way, like I said, it's Battle for Bikini Bottom with an Incredibles skin on it. Industrial Park works. Someone's gonna find an out-of-bounds exploit using the tools that we have for Battle for Bikini Bottom because they're compatible. And when that happens, like, it might be possible to get through this whole game once we get an out-of-bounds skip for that area. This game is so underlooked into, dude. Like, if Movie is underlooked into as a speedrun, this game is like nothing, dude. This game can be totally fucking broken open. Yeah, this was the best sub-a-thon. The one this summer is going to be even better, though. In August, we're going to do the 10-year celebration. It's going to be so fucking good. I've been planning it for the last year and a half or longer. Yeah, in credit, Sonny was still alive during this sub-a-thon. He made a lot of appearances.
The best course of action at that point was to defeat the Omnidroid as a no-hit challenge in and of itself, effectively completing the blue suit portion of the Incredibles movie, and making a
because after this, you get the red suit. Like, it follows the plot of the movie. So
final
like,
push to 30,000 subs on Twitch.
It's like the blue suit. Yeah, Sonny didn't like the mask. And then we got 30K doing Family Guy no-hits.
Which as our final...
I had the Incredibles suit with a pillow under it as like a fat suit.
Milestone of the subathon.
The Family Guy no-hit was fucking gas, though. The clam, like taking down the clam was fucking
In hindsight,
so
this
sick.
would have been the perfect way to go. But you know, as they say...
Yeah, once you're in the heat of it, man, it's hard to let it go. Yeah, I kind of agree that like if we forcibly ended the subathon there, I mean, I guess like we didn't really know it was gonna happen because like people got really mad that it was still going. Like there was a lot of jealousy and a lot of anger. Like obviously it's fair to say that like if we ended it, the bullshit where they're like taking clips out of context and trying to stir shit wouldn't have happened. But like I don't think that's any reason to like say that we shouldn't have kept going. In hindsight, like, the timer edging at 20 minutes is not, like, that was still a healthy subathon until, like, day 75 is, I think, when it started to get a little bad, but, yeah. Yeah, the Creo cards, we're gonna try our best to, like, give good discounts for bulk buyers. It's free shipping over $150 purchases. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I think that the most recent subathon that we did was really good with like the merchandise keeping things going because the posters were fucking great. The Christmas merch with the movie Mistletoe was really good too. The merchandise is keeping it going for so I think that like with the incentive of trading cards and like we're gonna have samples that I can like rip on stream and shit. Like I think it's gonna go really really well, dude. I'm really excited about it. Yeah, the combo feature where like I remember that, yeah. It was really complicated, but like that was a good idea for that was a really good idea. I almost forgot about the combo feature. It was too complicated though. Like the reason why I remember now, yeah. The reason why I got clipped out of context is because I was explaining how the combo feature works and that like if people gave subs before the combo ended, they'd get more time added for the sub. So if I wanted to scam people, I could be like, you know, wait like a minute like before I start like promoting it. And then like they would have like not gotten extra time for it and then like they had to pay more to like keep it going. That's what I was trying to explain, but like it got clipped out of context and nobody fucking watched the clip anyway. It was just like fucking Gamden and like mods who used to mod for me just like bitching about me. without context.
Don't get me wrong, there were some great moments that occurred in the variety content mix-up that became more prevalent post-Incredithon, and the Family Guy challenge was awesome.
Yeah, I think what I was trying to say there is, like, there were some, like, funny-ass games that led to some really good memes. If we ended the subathon on day 50 or whatever that was, Dr. Movie never would have been a thing. Dr. Movie got made on, like, day 78 or something. There was a controversy over you not stopping the timer. Well, what happened is it hit 0 for like a quarter of a second, and somebody gave 10 subs. And I'm like, should I be a dick and end it? Because, like, somebody just gave $50, you know? And then we decided to, like, not end it. I said that I wasn't happy about how it ended, because I'm like, well, you gotta understand, like, we didn't think it was ever going to end. You know? We thought it was never gonna end. So there was no plan for whether it hit 0, because we just actually thought, like, I cannot, like, I quite literally mean that people thought this subathon was never going to end. Like, that it was just invincible, like, that it was just my salary, like whatever the fuck it would have been, like, 800 grand a year was just my fucking salary now for doing all this shit. People unironically thought, I didn't think it was gonna fucking end either, dude. Like, we were so sure that it wasn't going to end that we had no guardrails, no nothing, for if it hit 0, there was no plan. There was no fucking plan, like, if this was gonna end. So when it did end, we're just like, oh, what the fuck do we do? Like, somebody gave subs a quarter of a second, like, it happened, like, we don't know what to do now. So that's why I'm like, oh, guys, I'm not fucking happy about this. Like, we kept saying this was gonna happen. Like somebody was gonna give subs a quarter of a second after, and we're gonna be like, what do we do? And now it's confusing, and it feels like it didn't end. But what we decided was, like, if it hits 0, it's over, no matter what. You know, that's the risk you play if you play hooky with the timer, if you play chicken with the timer, right? Like, we eventually decided that it's best if you see the number 0, if it's recorded for a single frame, it's over. But when this happened, when it hit 0, we just didn't know what to do because we didn't expect it to end. So we discussed it, and we're like, ugh, I'm not happy about that. Like, it shouldn't end like this, you know? Shouldn't end like this. So, this is a card. This is a trading card. This frame that I paused on, this is a fucking one of the cards. Didn't you decide to put a cap because people... No, I offered to cap it at 100 days, so we had a clear goal to work toward. You're right about that, yeah. I actually did say, like, let's cap it at 100 days so we have an incentive to go to 100 days and then just end it. But everybody's like, no, we don't want to cap it. I'm like, alright. So it just goes back to being aimless, and I'm like, guys, I'm not happy about this. Like, I told you this would happen. I said we should try to fucking cap it so we could make it to 100 days. And nobody wanted to cap it, so you're right about that. I forgot about that.
Until we reached the soccer field in level 8, which
the fucking soccer field, dude. We actually did no-hit that.
I suppose required too much grinding to perfect for the viewer's interest. But I will say we did manage to no-hit the soccer field.
Yeah, but we didn't do it.
There just wasn't enough time to get it to watch us. At that point, the viewers would prefer we played something.
80 days. Yeah, it was an 80-day subathon.
Something else. But funny enough, I have gotten some requests to play it again since the end of that subathon, even though that game really, really sucks, but I'll keep it in mind. Ultimately, a subathon is an extended sub incentive, whereas a traditional sub incentive has a set activity plan for once a sub number is reached. A subathon is a continuous goal that runs on time instead. And with patrons gaining full control over the stream as time is still being added, along with the tension of not knowing when the stream will end, it can become quite addictive for everyone involved, especially for the streamer who is of course profiting.
The casual playthrough was how it ended. But yeah, it's addictive for everybody involved, dude.
All this.
Gotta be careful.
So this attachment that I and the viewers alike grew to the subathon started to get out of hand at some point after the conclusion of Incredithon and the stream's peak sub count. At some point I even tried offering...
But like, when you look back on it, like, it was fucking fun, man. It got out of hand, but like... That's what made it special, is that, like, we were all just, like, fucking addicted to this shit. It was just so much fun. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, like, with the incentive of money, I'm addicted to, like, not sleeping ever, but, like, it was a good fucking subathon, man. Everybody was loving it.
100-day cap on the event, just to give us a clear goal to...
Rosa, thank you for the 10 gifted. Let's go.
Reach, and then W rose forcibly end it once and for all with a big celebration. But each time it was brought up, it was extremely controversial and most viewers declined. It was at that point that I realized I'd fully lost control of my stream.
That's literally, you're 100% right when you brought that up. The fucking proposed cap. I didn't have control over this shit after a certain point, dude. Like, obviously I'm not gonna like be a fucking grouch and be like, end it. When it's still going well, and like, oh, I'm getting a little tired, and I haven't played Battle in so long. That was terrible, but you know what I mean. Like, it would have been cringe to be like, guys, end it. Like, it's not my job as the entertainer to act like a little bitch. So like, and I was kind of like suggesting like, guys, we should cap it, cause like, it's just going to be suffering until it eventually ends, or we can maybe get like a little bit of a second win to get to 100 days. We're like, no, don't cap it. Yeah, a lot of people wanted to go back to battle. And then everybody was like, he's getting mad again. Well, like, yeah, the fucking game, like we got fucking UCBs now. What do you want? What do you want?
Possibly go on for. And with that increase in quality came a proportional decrease in quality. Though
and we thought that was bad. By the way, I fucking remember that shit. I thought I was having a stroke. Like I was like legitimately concerned that I was having a stroke there, but it wasn't a stroke. Or maybe it was. Who knows?
Continued for around another month until it eventually ended from the delayed payment causing the timer to hit 0. Some issues which were not addressed and ironed out in the first subathon would seep their way into the inevitable follow-up. The Sponge-a-thon 2023, during which I would play through as many SpongeBob.
Okay, like the one frame of fucking Donald Trump. This subathon was really fucking fun. And it gets a bad rap because of the crash out at the end.
Games as possible and grade them along with other bonus games instead of just playing movie.
I invested like $7,000. Like, I'm not fucking joking. Like, this like shelf over here, I invested $7,000 into buying all these dog shit games. And then we played like fucking Mr. Bean the whole time or something. Like, how did this even go?
As early as the day after the first subathon ended, viewers were already asking when the next
there. I'm also wearing a shirt that doesn't fit me, but like,
subathon would start. And in early December, the Cosmic Shake was given a release date of January 31st, the very next month.
Why the fuck did they release this in January?
Many were keen on a Cosmic Shake-a-thon, to which I declined, feeling not enough time had passed since the previous one to contend against its status, along with, more importantly, feeling the idea was forced and milked because my viewers knew I was going to speedrun Cosmic Shake for a little bit, regardless of whether there was a subathon.
Yeah, people wanted a Cosmic Shake subathon, but I'm like, guys, you already know that I'm gonna speedrun the game, so I'm not gonna fucking make you pay for it. Like,
or not. While I stand by not putting content I'd normally stream out of my own interest behind a paywall, I've since reconsidered my decision to avoid doing a shorter, capped, and more focused subathon sooner if viewers were asking for it.
The shorter, capped one was the Christmas one, yeah. But this is over a year before the Christmas one happened.
As of right now, I believe that building up a new subathon as an annual event put a lot of pressure on everyone, including myself, to avoid letting it die and having to wait a full year for another. And
like, the solution isn't like forcing it to happen once a year. It's just like, do it when you get a good idea. Like, when it's not being compared to anything. Like, it has to be its own unique concept. And like, the first one, and this one, and the Christmas one are all 3 unique concepts, and they shouldn't be compared to one another. Obviously, when money is required to keep a subathon going, the disproportional amount of pressure over fun makes contributing to something like this feel less worthwhile. How fun can it possibly be if the fear of letting it end is overpowering the actual fun? Now, this way of thinking made sense 50 days into the last subathon, when it had already been going on for so long, and most people just wanted to see how long it could go for. But yeah, like, I totally understand people being obsessed with keeping it alive for the sake of being alive, when it's like we're trying to break some kind of like record or something, but if people are feeling that way within like 3 days of it starting, we've lost the plot, you know? Starting a new subathon, already feeling the desperation to keep it from ending straight from the start, was unnecessary. This leads me to discuss my first poor judgment, which carried over from the later half of the first subathon into the recent one, and that would be not sleeping until I knew a fucking sleepy shift Biden. Full night's rest was possible before the timer hit 0. The first subathon began with the square dancing, dude. When I tell you, like, I feel like I saw God that day when I was square dancing at 5 in the morning after not sleeping for 2 straight days. And I thought I was sitting there for like 6 hours. I thought I was sitting there for like 6 hours doing this square dancing, and when I looked up it was like 20 minutes or something. And I crashed the fuck out. I'm like, there's no way I've only been sitting here for 20 minutes doing this fucking shit. Like, it just broke my brain. Maybe it was like, I thought I was sitting there for an hour, but it had only been 20 minutes or something. No, it was something way worse than that. I thought I was sitting there for at least an hour or two. I looked up, it was like 20 minutes. That was just fucking terrible.
Me sleeping at a scheduled time every day regardless of where the timer was.
Which is what we did in the Christmas one.
As I wasn't invested at this point and didn't care to be present for the end, had it actually occurred.
And we found out that the merchandise actually is really, really good for keeping the subathons alive when I'm not here. Because there's a much better incentive to get it. Like, it actually gives you something physical, which is why the fucking trading cards are gonna go so hard, dude. Because, like, it's trading cards, you know? Like, when you buy the product, you're not gonna have all of them. Like, you gotta increase your odds by getting more. And have more stuff to trade. Like, even if you get, like, duplicates of the same card, you still get better cards to trade people for the cards you still need. Yeah, I've experienced ego death multiple times on this fucking stream. Yep. That was probably one of them.
After the first week through the first 2 months though, we kinda just got used to the timer always being high. So I suppose a lot of us, including myself, were having a feeling entitled for that time to sleep after months of this.
There was a time when it was higher
especially if the timer was low during the hours when most people slept. It made sense to stay up a little longer until we knew it would at least make it to the point when people woke up. This eventually just became habit and fully accepted without acknowledging the underlying flaws of this mentality, because it just worked. In the SHiFT-a-thon 2023, however, this was not the case. After the first week, the timer...
I think that, like, this might even just be overthinking. I think the timer was higher on the first one because it was just more interesting. It was just, like, it was the first time. It was, like... After the first one, I don't know. Like... There's, like, how much could we have realistically done? You know? I don't know. Timer's at 12 hours here.
I was rarely in a place where even a 90-minute nap was possible with this mentality.
Yeah, because I was like, we did Twitch plays this year, but it was like, there was no incentive. We did Game Boy Advance games to make it more accessible. Like, fewer buttons and, like, two-dimensional planes so more people could play. But, like, they're still platformers, so, like, you can't, like, more people participating is just not realistic, regardless of, like, how many dimensions or buttons, like... We figured out that, like, trying to make it more accessible so more people could play was just stupid. And, like, do we really need more people playing? Like, if it's the same 3 people doing Twitch plays, like, who cares? So, the way that we solved this was, the reward for beating Twitch plays was you get, like, 24 hours out of the timer. So, like, yeah, you get 24 hours added to the timer when you beat the game in Twitch plays. So, like... If you don't want to give subs, or if you can't afford to, you can just help with Twitch plays, like help with routing and like strategizing and doing inputs. And that's like your way of contributing to the subathon. Like you're basically getting paid to keep the stream going by like not having to like give subs. So like you beat the game and you get 24 hours at it. That's how we handled it last time, and it worked really, really well.
It meant throughout the rest of the month, I was only allowing myself a nap a couple of times a day at some point.
Because
sometimes just sleeping 3 to 4 hours for some days in a row, or just not sleeping at all. And when the rest
and people get, oh my god, dude, like what the fuck even am I looking at right now, man? I'm like actually on death's doorstep in this fucking clip. So like, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, like, let's say like it was interesting nighttime content. It was so ingrained in the mentality of the stream that if I slept it would have ended, which was just not true. That was just paranoia. Like, it would have been fine probably, but like the mentality was like it has to be better than the first one, so we can't let this fail. Like, it's the end of my life if this fails, basically, because everybody expects me to do better than the first subathon, which is like, it was a lot of pressure, you know? I think there were unrandomized packs or something. Yeah, so the first time they rolled out the packs, they were unrandomized. There was a randomization error, so the CEO, Luke, had to manually take them apart with his fiance and like put them back together with like randomization, and then they had to like, they offered people extra packs to replace the ones that they got. Like they get to keep their cards, but they get like extra packs as like an apology, you know. Yeah, that was a whole big thing.
The rest of the day involves 18, 20, 22 more hours of streaming. It gets really exhausting.
It gets really exhausting. This is the face of a broken man playing Zabumafu on 1 hour of sleep.
Going for weeks on end, man. At the moment,
after not sleeping for a week.
I have some editors working on condensing some of the playthroughs, I believe.
Yeah, none of these actually got released. These SHiFT-a-thon highlights, like, because I was so tired, I was like, we can't have, you know, like, this is just not even good to watch. Like, when I was actually playing these games in the subathon, they felt more exciting, but like, I had no, like, there was no tone left in my voice. Like, I remembered it so differently from how it actually happened, and when I watched the VODs, I'm like, oh shit. Like, none of this is usable.
Believed to be the better ones of the event. But watching some of this footage back has actually been shocking to see how tired and miserable I sounded during times when I thought things were feeling fine in the moment.
Are we gonna be edging for the rest of this subathon because this sucks?
There are also several blocks of the stream
the fucking edgers. This is a good edit too. None of this stuff got used.
I can barely remember, and I suppose that speaks for itself. And funny enough, the first week of the subathon this year was actually more successful by all metrics compared to the first week of last year's. The timer was higher under tougher conditions.
That is true. But the first day of the most recent one was the most successful. They just keep getting better starts, but it's and I'm really optimistic about the next one, but I feel like a lot of people look forward to these still.
Way up. In fact, the one last year almost ended within the first 3 nights, and that didn't even come close to happening this time. This year's only started to drop off after the first week when the sleep schedule became unpredictable. And
we were playing some good games in this one too. There was a good selection of games in that subathon.
Also due to another shortcoming in design, which I'll go into detail soon. So it's as if I'd just gone back to the roots of last year's event and slept at the same time every night. Things were on track to play out even better than last year's.
Not necessarily, but like the sentiment is that like we fucked up and we should have done a certain way.
First month. I guess we won't know for sure now, though I believe the other issues with the event would have prevented that from happening anyway.
We got like halfway through Ratchet and Clank. We put like 8 hours into it.
This was just a mentality that was very deeply conditioned from the last time.
Maybe not 8 hours, but you know.
And we really...
No, the number 8 was in my head because the timer was at 8 hours when we finished it, or like we got sent off of it. I don't remember how much time we actually played.
Just needed a wake-up call. So yeah, not allowing myself to sleep was easily the greatest shortcoming of the subathon. And if we decide to do another one, it won't be ran like this. Besides, I feel like the early days of movie madness, including moments of the timer nearly running out while I was...
I like how we're watching this now. Like, it's been a year since the last one that we did, and so I'm not just like, this video isn't just me saying like, guys, like, trust me, like, we actually did fix all these problems.
Sleeping is part of what made everybody feel so attached to the first event initially. It felt more like a 24/7 stream, like it was supposed to, rather than just sleeping when SHiFT sleeps and watching him half asleep when he's awake.
Sometimes you just have lightning in a bottle. Like, sometimes you try to like change the formula and like make adjustments to improve things, but they never need to be improved. You know?
If there's one thing I'm sure of after experiencing these subathons, it's that no amount of money is worth my mental and physical health. I know I can speak for the viewers who supported these events when I say this, but
you're just gonna end up spending your money getting healthy anyway if you fucking fuck yourself
at the end of this past event, it was clear to everyone it needed to end before those two things got even worse.
This is me crashing out. Like, look at how fucking tired I am, dude. And by the way, all the clowns who like tried to say that I'm like a fucking evil dictator or some shit, they use these clips that look like literally like sickly and like dead. Like, it's so low hanging to like use a clip from this subathon to try and like talk shit about me, because like obviously I was fucking dying. Like, we all know this. It's pretty well known at this point.
It's of my own nature to always see everything to the bitter end for
yeah, I mean that's fair. Like, everything that I do, I just try to do it to completion as far as I can possibly take it. So like when you put that into a subathon, you know, for better or worse, that's how it's gonna go.
Better or worse. But torturing myself for content is not only concerning to the viewers who have watched me for nearly 8 years at this point, it also just makes for bad entertainment. Dude. I felt a bit of guilt for only playing movie 8 hours a day at the start of last year's subathon, and
like, it sounds crazy to say that, but like, these streams, especially up until that point, were going for like 12 hours a day. Like, in a subathon, I feel like you're obligated to be on camera more than 8 hours in a 24-hour stream. You know? So, like, with context, playing for 8 hours a day is not a lot of time, and I still agree with that.
Spending the afternoons watching chat try to beat the Dutchman while
yeah, practicing battle while watching people play the Dutchman, like, you know. We just thought it was going to be a week, and people expected, you know, like, full-time battle speedrunner, like I should be practicing when they're doing this shit, and it was in their best interest to beat the game anyway. They wanted to beat it, so I was just giving them time to do it. There wouldn't have been enough time for them to beat it if I played movie longer per day. And then when we started playing it longer per day, there was certainly not enough time for them to do it. It was like structured like a group effort. Like they were like, I had to make time for them, they had to make time for me. Like it was much more of like a, it wasn't like sideshow, like it was like the whole show. Does that make sense? Like the initial, like the idea of like night content wasn't really a thing at that point. It was like the whole thing is interesting, you know?
That could be. But I don't think that streaming 18 plus hours a day was the right solution. We need a better balance, a more sustainable balance, a structured sleep schedule as well. And just to briefly mention, switching to Twitch Plays GBA games over Dolphin ended up not being as engaging as I expected. That feedback has been considered. It just felt like the GBA games with fewer inputs would be easier for more people to get into, but it was worth a try.
And again, like I said, like, better off having fewer people doing it because these things tend to go better when a few people are working on it. Like, it only really works for like games that are like literally brain dead, like Pokemon.
It's the community effort,
like platformers, it doesn't fucking work,
that makes these events fun. If the event relies on just a couple of people participating while I sleep, a couple of people trying to keep the timer from reaching 0, or playing games only a couple of people.
I disagree with the first take that like a couple of people doing Twitch plays makes it boring. Like, yeah, there are people who are complaining about it because like part of Twitch plays is like creating chaos and fucking people up. But I think it's better when there aren't a lot of people participating in Twitch plays. So they get more done, you know? Like you're like watching people accomplish these like feats with the commands is like cool. It's like watching somebody play with a controller kind of, if that makes sense. Yeah, and like getting time added for beating the game is like such a good fix to all this. So like instead of giving subs, you can play Twitch plays and you're still helping.
Are interested in things can derail.
I still can't fucking believe that this game exists. Like, what the hell, man?
Quickly, as these things alienate most viewers and grow entitlement for a couple.
Yeah, you guys got like LCBs and stuff. That was crazy.
People who are doing everything. We've already established how the night streams ended up quiet this time due to the unpredictable scheduling and low stakes when I slept. But after the first week, once we burned through most of the staple SHiFT-a-thon games, a good portion of the marathon became variety. Only a select few in chat were interested in watching.
See, that was by design though. Is like the original idea for the subathon was much more like how the Christmas subathon actually went. But the idea, like, when we started looking into all these terrible games, we're like, wouldn't it be funny if it's called the Spongeathon, but, like, the way that it's structured just slowly degrades to the point where SpongeBob's not even on the stream, and we're just playing slop the whole time, like dog shit, like, literally, like, fucking Mr. Bean, Shamu the Whale, and, like, 50 Cent. Like, that was the whole point, is that every 1,000 subs, you get to unlock a new game, and it gets added to the list, like a non-SpongeBob game gets added to the list. So every 1,000 subs, like, more and more games are being, I think it was like once every 500 or something at some point. I don't remember how the unlock pacing went. Or maybe it was like when you beat a certain number of games, you unlock more games or something. Oh, because there were forced unlocks, yeah. The chat would vote on the game that gets unlocked from the list of like 100 something after 1,000 subs, but people could pay subs to force an unlock to play any game on the list. So like as the subathon progressed, like the SpongeBob games are being knocked off the list, so there are fewer of them on the list that you can play, and more non-SpongeBob games are being added as the SpongeBob games are getting knocked off. So the whole joke was that like a month in, SpongeBob's not even there, but it's still a Spongeathon. And he's just dying and suffering. Like, we accomplished exactly what we meant to accomplish in this subathon. Just torturing me for fucking, like, an entire month. With no SpongeBob in sight, playing some of the worst games ever. Obviously, not relevant to this clip here. But yeah, we did play a lot of terrible games. There were a lot of good games, obviously, too, but like that was the whole fucking point, was that it was supposed to be a train wreck, and we succeeded at creating a train wreck. It was a successful subathon in that we were trying to create a train wreck that I just couldn't, like, I thought I could handle more. Like, it was literally supposed to be like a CIA torture session, and I thought I could handle more, and I broke at the end.
Those few usually being the ones who watched through the night or were up early to vote on the first game. While this may be a decent incentive to encourage people to check in early, it doesn't help that, for example, the 1 p.m. crowd probably won't be interested in what the 11 a.m. crowd voted for. The incentive to allow 100 subs for
what, are the platform freezing?
forcing any game on
or the Twitch plays, they're all on the VOD channel, unless they got blocked.
on the list also derailed things a bit
This was a fucking good game.
further. Because, and while I'm appreciative of the selections most people made on their games, there were a few times when the majority of chat was engaged in the game that was selected this way.
Yeah, like, Metroid Dread is a really good game, but a lot of people just wanted to see fucking shit posts. Like, people weren't really invested in watching me play Metroid Dread. My audience is not like Nintendo watchers, so there's some, but not a lot. Yeah. But it was a fun game. Just that playing fun. People enjoyed Bully, though. Bully was enjoyable to people.
The game schedule was structureless and chaotic, which can be funny and makes for a good rewatch, but for the longevity of the marathon and watching it live, it can suck. We figured this out at some point and began starting the early mornings of each section.
That was a cool idea. It went horribly, but it was a cool idea. We actually got really close to. It was hype when we actually got like multiple orders in a row.
With some newly added SpongeBob game challenge runs, just to find some common ground for onlooking morning and afternoon viewers. All things considered, this was a good band-aid, but the purpose of the subathon had already become far too confusing at that point for it to work long term.
Yeah, like we literally fucking purposefully made it stupid. It'll go back. It'll go down in the history of the stream as an artistic demonstration. Just like showing how bad a subathon can get.
The key takeaway here is that my community can mostly agree on watching Nickelodeon games and bottom-of-the-barrel shovelware to farm laughs and clips. If we do another subathon, these will be the only focuses.
Yep, and that's exactly what we did. We had a wheel of 50 SpongeBob games, or games like Nicktoons games involving SpongeBob for like a little variety. And then there was a separate wheel of like stupid challenges and like slop that you just get hit with, like Elf. And then we added like another wheel on top of that later to like add variety to, like, you know, make things less terrible. Cause like we only wanted to go until the games were finished, but at some point, like, the games that were still left for SpongeBob were so terrible that we just needed like good games to like keep things somewhat interesting, you know? So yeah, that was the only caveat to the most recent one, is like, we stuck to it, but like, because of the nature of like, being able to re-roll the wheel when you get a game you don't like, all the bad games got pushed off to the end, so like, we were just left with terrible games, and it's like, oh, what do we do now? It's not gonna last if the rest of the games are terrible, right? Which, we probably could have made it fun somehow, from really digging deep in the pocket, but it's hard to get people to click on a stream when it's a random game they've never heard of, and it's also fucking boring DS Game Boy slop. But like adding the extra games that were non-SpongeBob, like strictly sticking to like cartoon related stuff, because like the stream tends to prefer that, you know. That was probably a good band-aid, but yeah, that was a very minor issue. There was not much wrong with the last subathon. It was an A+ for sure.
And the transitions through each game will be a lot smoother. On this topic, while I enjoyed incorporating channel points for those who couldn't afford to contribute with subs this time, it did take a while to decide which games would get played, and
yeah, that was a big problem. We did channel point voting for the next game, and we'd spend a lot of time waiting on that. So instead of that, we just switched it up with a wheel spin, and then you can give subs to re-roll the wheel. We didn't really have much of a use of channel points last time, but we'll try to incorporate them this time. Jimmy Negatron is so bad.
didn't really help determine which.
I just had these things, by the way. Just destroyed sitting around.
Game chat actually wanted to watch most. Fewer decisions from chat causes less fatigue. Movie madness.
Yeah, that's also true. the wheel doesn't give you a million options. It's like, it's either the option in front of you or you re-roll. Yeah, the wheel was a really good idea.
And Incredithon had the strengths of insisting the viewer comes along for the ride, which...
Yeah, that's true too. Like, you're along for the ride and it's good shit. And it just gets people on board if it's just like focusing on one thing.
I feel was an underrated aspect of the last subathon we shouldn't have totally abandoned.
Yeah, it'll be incorporated into the next one.
And now...
Well, the one... Not the one that came after these, but like the one that we're doing this summer.
We'll get into the more controversial topics.
Oh yeah, alright, here we go.
Subathons are ultimately a support system, and those donating for incentives are entitled to have their incentives completed as described. It's on me, the streamer, to choose which incentives to offer and refuse donations for incentives I'm not willing to complete beforehand. Once the incentive has been purchased, the only individual who can choose to end it is the purchaser.
That's very noble. I would say that, like, there's an asterisk on that, though. There are some times you gotta make a judgment call, you know, but, like... I'm explaining the mentality that I had at the moment. Like, it's still relevant to this video, but, like... I don't know, like, sometimes you can, like, agree to do something and you don't realize how fucking terrible it is, and then you gotta make a judgment call.
Seems straightforward for most viewers until the start of Custergate, the infamous day of the subathon where I was given 5,000...
Relevant, right? Like, what the fuck are we looking at?
Subs at once to replay the same gameplay loop of Teletubbies over 1,000 times. Base boosted. The
Tubby Custard, 2 subs. Base boosted Custard, 4 subs. Deep fry. What does that even say? I can't read this. Deep fry more. 10 subs. Change chroma image. 50 subs.
Controversial part though.
Fucking... Why, dude?
This individual paid a fraction of what everybody
983 more in the bottom right corner.
Else paid for the exact same incentive up until this point. And
what
to make matters
fuck,
worse,
man?
nobody wanted to watch it for an entire day.
It's time for Tubby Custard.
The local pricing
yeah,
exploit on
man.
Twitch has been known for a while, but it only started gaining attention.
Ah, here we go. Dude, I fucking laid this guy out. This is good shit. I'd be a really good, like, investigative drama creator. Like, fucking, like, dudes like Ted Nichols. This is a fucking... This is a thorough investigation on this fucking scumbag who did this shit to me. Check this out.
Sometime in August, as more streamers claiming they were exploited by this started popping up on social media.
Yeah,
in short, Twitch has adjusted
idea.
prices for subs locally based on the exchange value of the currency the user is purchasing with. So in some places, Twitch subs can cost
That was back when Twitch subs were $5 too. Wow.
more or slightly less than the usual $5 US of the country it's based in, as Twitch still wants to sell the product in areas where the average person likely cannot afford the equivalent of $5 US. For example, at the time of this video's creation, and also during the subathon, 5 United States dollars exchanges for 134 Turkish lira due to their currency's hyperinflation. Twitch knows that it won't earn a sub from a Turkish viewer for 134 lira, so they reduced the local pricing to around 10 Turkish lira, for which 10 Turkish lira would exchange for around 37 cents in the United States.
Twitch actually fixed this, by the way, somewhat. They put a band-aid on it. Like, you can't do it like this anymore. It's still bad, but it's not as atrocious as it was before. They made the turkey subs cost a little more money. But yeah. Like, following this, they fixed it. They must have heard about something. Like, I mean, they were doing it to a lot of streamers, though. It's really bad for, like, not even just subathons, but, like, if you find a streamer who gets like 20 viewers and somebody gift bombs like 50 for like 2 cents each or something, like none of those viewers get ads, so like they just make no money for the month basically. It's pretty fucked up. Super fucked up actually. If it wasn't for the internet ban, I wonder how much Iran cost. I'm gonna have to get into this.
It's important to note that currency conversions have always been somewhat of an issue with sub incentives on Twitch since local pricing began, because Twitch still makes the same revenue cut from this exchange. It's just the streamer who's offering the same thing to other people who are paying the normal 5, but are occasionally having to complete incentives for far less.
Yeah, like how would you feel if you gave like 10 subs to fucking have the streamer do something, and then some dude with a VPN and an offshore bank account just fucking spends like 30 cents for the same thing? Like, what the fuck, you know? Like what's the point of a subathon at that point? It's just crap. And by the way, the guy came back last time and tried to do it again. Like, we were aware of it. and yeah, he didn't really get to do much. He got off like a couple of forced games or something. That was another thing too, is that the ingenious of the wheel is that you can't pick specific games. All you can do is spin the wheel, and if the chat doesn't like the wheel, they can spin it again. So it like greatly limits the amount of control that the troll has. Like, you can't give like 20 cents to get whatever game you want for 2 hours. It's too much control. So the wheel is like, oh, you want to give like 1 cent to spin the wheel? Okay, well, they're just going to spin it again if they don't like it. And if not, we had to play it anyway because it's part of the challenge. So, yeah, the guy tried trolling us like a couple of times a year ago, but the incentives were not like, they were much more balanced incentives. So, like, in one fell swoop, we corrected like 5 different issues with just the inclusion of that wheel. Such a good idea.
Someone wants to use a hyperinflated currency to buy a sub.
So the only ones with, yeah, you had to really do some like setup shit. And like, you're gonna have some fucking, I guess I'll address it in the video. I'll just hold my tongue for now.
Here are the single viewer for getting their incentive filled for pennies on the dollar because they exchange US dollars for Turkish lira by wiring to an offshore bank account, and Twitch for getting the same percentage of revenue on each sale regardless of how many subs are purchased. Only the streamer and the viewers who gifted subs at the normal price, which would be 99.9% of people watching, are the ones who get screwed. And this is the risk of running a subathon where subs and
the wheel, well, the problem with the wheel is that you could re-roll it. But like, it's fun, so like, I don't know. It's kind of like being allowed to drive, right? Like, automobiles cause a fuck ton of accidents and kill people. But like, it's fun. So you gotta have like some kind of a balance, you know? We don't want to be like taking the metro everywhere. That's fucking lame, you know?
dollar values have congruence on the menu of incentives, but it's rarely a big enough issue to care since the pricing is, well, local. Most people in small niche communities are genuine, just donating what they can afford, which would not be hundreds of their own currency if that economy is already struggling. So there's no need to take extreme measures and say ban all Turkish viewers from participating in the subathon. It's too small to make an issue. The issue arises, however, when a wealthy Western individual wire transfers American dollars to
This guy's such a fucking cocksucker, man.
a Turkish bank account they opened in order to purchase subs for 1/15 of what everybody
Wire transfer coming through.
else is paying. The guy who was doing this under one of his burner accounts called Tubby McCustardson had been more.
And by the way, for context, for those of you who are like on like Elite Ball, I guess it's not as much Elite Ball at this point, but like the group of fucking cocksuckers who make those weird videos like obsessing over me and like pointing out my rage and like neck cracks and stuff, like this guy is entangled with them. Just for some context, so you understand like how deep this fucking shit runs with these fucking weirdos. These orbiters who are like, for some reason, yeah, like he's in that server, yeah, and he was in the server, like talking about this shit at some point too, like he was in there, and like that, I think that puts like new, like it sheds more light onto this crap than people previously realized, but I didn't want to give them attention in this video. I chose not to give those assholes attention and just strictly focus on this guy, so. That's more added context, as this guy is part of that fucking group. The little shiftlets.
More or less using rolls of dimes to force incentives in games he wanted to see played throughout the week leading up to the Teletubbies scandal slowly enough to not raise suspicion. But when 50 consecutive 100 sub bombs came through,
like, come on. And there were people who were like, maybe he's like a prince, maybe he's like really rich. You know? They're like, you're discriminating against Turkish people. Like, fuck off, dude. Use your brain, dude. This is also 2023, by the way. I think that people, like, for some reason, I feel like over the past couple of years, people have gotten their common sense back to some extent. But this is 2023. Like, in general, like, people just had no fucking common sense from, like, the years, like, 2020 to, like, 2024. Like, that gap of time, people were just actually fucking stupid. Like, they had no common sense. It only feels like just now, people are starting to get their common sense back. So this is during that era when you had to explain to people, guys, this guy's not a fucking, like, oil prince from Turkey. He's just a fucking scammer. Do you want refunds? I'm sure this gets to that.
which would normally cost $500 per 100 times 50.
Yeah, the guy just casually dropped $25,000, you know? Yeah. Or, you know what I'm saying. Like, it would have cost $25,000 before we realized it was a scam. Like, and by the way, oh yeah, this is how it relates to the fucking idiots who are in that Discord server, right? Because, like, he's in there too, doing this shit. I'm sure he's telling them about it. And then they're like, they made these fucking scam videos saying that, like, I was scamming people for money, showing pictures of, like, my revenue. Saying, like, he made $1,000. So he scammed him, or literally the logic was like, upload video of me showing my fucking ad revenue or whatever, or my sub revenue, saying like $1,000 for the day, and then the argument was like, because he wasn't happy with $1,000, he's a scammer. When it's like, first off, this guy who did this scam is in your fucking group, probably telling you that you're doing it, bragging about it, like publicly chatting in your fucking server, right? And then, like, literally the math right here is like, you took 135 hours out of the stream subathon. That's like 4 days, more than 4 days, to do whatever the fuck you wanted, right? Following me? For the price of it, like, of what should have been, like, not even, like some hours. Like a few hours or something, right? Like, you derailed the whole subathon for $1,000. When, for 4 days of complete control of a subathon, like, that's what it would have cost. So obviously it was a scam, but, like, that's what I'm telling you, like, these people, like, it's literally like the dude who fucking does that shit, like the fucking idiot kid who runs that server. It's like, he's literally like third world IQ. His argument was that, like, I made $1,000, so therefore the guy paid. When, like, literally the math is right here. Like, that was not $1,000 worth of subs the guy gave me. He was giving them for like 34 cents a pop. That whole group is so fucking cope and stupid, but I didn't want to fucking talk about them in this video because it was just off topic. But yeah, like, obviously it's rage bait, obviously it's a scam, like, obviously he's just grifting to get ad revenue off of my viewers, like, whatever. Like, it's pretty obvious. This is in 2023 though, before people realized that those people were fucking grifters, but you know, it is what it is. Now, like, every fucking lolcow YouTuber I talk to knows about them, and they all say that they're fucking insane, so.
Most people were at least skeptical. The greatest question here, of course, is what were this guy's intentions? Which is what I was asking too.
And that's being very fucking generous, by the way. The fact that I didn't freak out on that guy, and I just had a calm conversation with him, and just wanted to know, like, why he did it. Like, most people would fucking make a big scene and freak out. Like, I did the rational thing, and I just talked to him. Like, why'd you do it, you know? And I also gave him a second chance too, but we'll get to that.
Despite obviously giving him the benefit of the doubt when he did this. So here's what he said on 2 separate occasions.
Yeah, this derailed the subathon. Yeah, I agree.
Would have been funny silent protest against Twitch policies right before September.
Which is just bullshit. Like, Grand Shine. Where the fuck has he been, man? Like, I feel like 90% of the time that guy typed in chat, it was fucking funny.
Can't just hijack the subathon for your own agenda, dude, lol.
Can you just level with me and tell me why you did it? I'm not taking this personally, I just want to know why you did it.
I mean, anything I say is just gonna be excuses, but just wanted to try it out.
So he gives like 2 different fucking reasons. He was just trying to scam me. And he was in that group. Like, I was saving all of that for the next video that was going to come out as well. Like, I don't think that it was going to be like a necessary part of this video to talk about the fucking clowns in that server with their little fucking channels and shit. Like, I thought I would just save it for the big exposed video that was going to talk about everybody. Like, fucking Keys, Gamden, Vegas, Sin, Idiac, Jacob. Like, they were all going to get fucking laid out in that video. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not trying to, like, transition into being, like, a fucking drama tuber, so. I'm not going to get, like, me saying all that shit would have just given them so much more attention. Like, that's what they want, you know? Like, they don't give a fuck if it's a good or a bad thing. They just want attention. Oh, I had it fully voiced, and, like, I got interviews with people who were in the group, that, like, with, like, Purple Foundation and, like, Vegas and Gamden and Keys. Like, the people who were in the group when they got him to pee on the wall and like fucking get him to drink alcohol and like dox people on Snapchat and stuff. I got like in like actual Discord interviews with people. Like I went deep, dude. I went deep. I'm telling you, like, and this is like pretty thorough here. I would have been a good lolcow creator, man. I would have been good at fucking like getting to the bottom of things if I weren't good at video games. I always say, like, if only I just sucked at video games, man.
At first he says he was doing it to protest Twitch, but then a day later he says he just wanted to try it out. These are two astronomically different motivations.
And like, obviously people have more common sense now, but that doesn't even need to be said. Like, anybody with critical thinking skills can see those two things that the guy said and be like, he's just fucking making shit up. But I had to lay it out because people really are that stupid because they just don't think.
And when
at least at this point, people were just like, something was just wrong with people like 2 years ago, man. They just had no common sense.
One can't keep the story straight, it usually means they're not trustworthy. So from this point on, I made sure to keep an eye on this guy, and we'll get back to that later. Though this guy was being dishonest, I still had not addressed the exploit on stream, nor in the document detailing how the subathon works up until that point. So I still fulfilled the obligation to complete the tubby custards until we both came to an agreement to stop after around 400 of them. At this point, the guy had already given me,
which is so much more fair than most people would have fucking done, dude. So much more fair. I was really fair to this guy, and he was still a fucking asshole.
me a written permission to stop, but still being suspicious.
And I had the receipts too, him saying that I could stop. Like, this guy fucking scammed me, and I was being really, really kind and generous to him.
Just in knowing how fraud accusations work, I had to make sure.
Yeah. Fraud accusations and like PayPal chargebacks and stuff. I had the receipts. I was ready. I was prepared. This is the Wii Shop theme from 20 years ago or whatever.
We had a foolproof agreement before ending. Option A was to finish the rest of the custards as planned, but I would no longer accept contributions from him for the rest of the subathon, for it is well within my own right to refuse donations from viewers for incentives I'm not willing to complete. Option B was my trade offer, which was,
well, then Cosme, but now Kira actually reached out to me, and he's like, look, like, these people, like, referring to like the fucking movie crew that was involved in that slop with the Vegas doxing and stuff. Kira reached out to me and he's like, hey, like, I'm like way past this at this point. Like, I did this shit when I was like a kid and I feel bad about it. And it's insane to me that these people are still like pretending like this didn't happen, or just like arguing that it didn't and like lying. And like, I want to help you take them down. That's pretty much, yeah, he reached out to me. I didn't reach out to him. So I actually have his full interview talking about like how petty these people were and the shit they did. Yeah, I'm sure that parts of it will make it into the documentary of the game. But like, yeah, most of these people are dickheads. They're jealous of you. The one guy who made an exposed video for you, I wouldn't say the name. Yeah, they're just fucking suckers, dude. They're either suckers or just obsessed. Like, I literally think that like a lot of these people are just like attracted to me too. Like, you know, like a lot of people in that server, they talk about like, you know, like alternative sexual stuff in there, and they like constantly like obsess over my face, and they like draw pictures of me, and like it's really weird. But yeah, like I frequently see a lot of like these like shitty videos that don't go anywhere of like SHiFT exposed, like, but they obviously got baited by some fucking low IQ Brazilian who just fucking, like, literally just looks up porn of, like illustrated children and, like, draws kids himself. Like, we're talking about an extreme social degenerate who's, like, on Discord servers, arguing with people about the age of consent, saying that it's too high. You know, like, we're talking about, like, an actual fucking bum here, who's got like a DeviantArt with like hentai liked and favorited from like, and like the Shadman is like on his following list and shit. The dude who drew porn of Keemstar's kid for reference. Like, we're talking about like an actual degenerate human being here, baiting all these people into like hating SHiFT. And then occasionally you see like some random person you haven't heard of just saying like this guy is a crazy lolcow. And, like, it's just, like, based on the information they get from, like, these clowns who don't, like, they purposefully try to obscure the information, or from people who just don't do their research. Probably a Roblox player. Yeah, maybe. Discord moderator slash Roblox player. No offense to my Discord moderators, but yeah, you guys are pretty cool. You guys don't fucking. Yeah, you know Discord moderator. He rages at a speed run. Yeah, exactly. Like who? Wow, crazy. But yeah, like I don't know. I forgot what I was saying this for, but like. Yeah, like this is the whole I kept the receipts from these fucking assholes and they tried to do this to me and then frame me as like a scammer or something. Such bullshit.
To remove 100 hours from the timer, which still left him with over 20 hours which wouldn't have been added without the exploit, and allow him a second chance to contribute for incentives by other means than
What it really is too is that like it's the perfect storm of like, oh, SpongeBob stupid, right? The speedrunning community had its own experience with SpongeBob Stupid in 2016. And now, like, it's like well known in speedrunning that SpongeBob is a good fucking game to speedrun. But outside the speedrunning community, if you've never seen a speedrun before, you just look at a guy who's like focusing on a SpongeBob game and it looks like autistic. When like that's just what we do, like we do it for sport. People speedrun other fucking kids games like Mario and shit, right? Like they haven't like gotten over the hump of like, oh, SpongeBob is a good speedrun and like speedrunning is a cool thing. They're just looking for somebody to hate on. They think that SpongeBob is an easy target. Like these Gen Alpha fucking kids who come in here trying to rage bait because they literally just only go on Twitch to rage bait people, not to actually watch anything. They're literally just going on Twitch to rage bait. They see somebody streaming SpongeBob in the corner and like looking serious, and they're like, "Oh, dude, this is gonna be it." And then they just get ignored or made fun of, and then they fucking rage and they join server and like complain to a literal pedophile that like. The guy with the long hair and the beard got angry, or they exaggerated. The dude who fucking said he wanted to give me a buzz cut. Remember that guy? The freaky barber? Fucking freaky barber came in my chat and said, dude, I want to fly you to my buzz cut shop. I want to fly you to my barber shop in Florida and give you a nice buzz cut. Come on, 5 subs, man. Let me shave your head. And then he fucking joined that. He joined that server too. He fucking joined the server to fucking... talk shit about me with these other fucking pedophiles. Like, to give him credit, you know, at least he has a job. He's probably the only person in that server with income. But anyway, let's continue.
Subs. He chose option B. But for those 400 tubby custards, most viewers were insisting I don't finish them because of his foul play. This may be true, he did cheat the system, but a deal is still a deal. And like
yeah, my chat was begging me to stop doing this, and I still did it just to make sure this guy wouldn't, like, accuse me of fraud or something.
I said it's better for all of us than me having to deal with a fraud accusation.
Yeah, it's not because like that's always the funny thing about these clowns who are like, the reason why you have haters is because you ban people for no reason and they come here and make friends with us. Like, yeah, that means I'm fucking, well, me and my mods, mostly my mods, are good at knowing who to ban because you ban all the freaks who would join a server like that. Like, they're good at spotting people who are fucking weird and getting them out. Like, the fact that they, like, it's like almost like 90% accuracy. Like somebody gets banned and they just go there is just like they're really good at picking out people who are fucking weird. They all talk the same way too. Like they're easy to spot.
The irony is that this guy did
like what do you do if you get banned from somebody's chat, right? Do you fucking like search for like a fucking hate server and like join it and talk shit with fucking other losers? Like no. You just move on with your life and find a different streamer. Like, do I need to say this? Like, of course, like, the kinds of people who would fucking be weird enough to do that are the ones who are getting banned. It should be obvious.
End up contributing more than $1,000 after this incident to
the receipts, bro.
See more of his games get played, which he then charged back on PayPal days after the subathon.
Yeah, so, if I was talking through a lot of this shit, but basically what happened is, like, he chose option B. So I'd stop the tubby custard, but I'd still allow him to participate in the rest of the subathon. And then he did choose to participate, and he gave $1,000 more to like get me to play other games, like actual USD, like because he couldn't do the tubby custard scam anymore. He was only allowed to do it through Streamlabs because I didn't trust him at that point. Like no fucking bullshit like turkey subs anymore. So he gave me $1,000 to play other games, and then again. Like the case status on the stream, he fucking refunded it. He charged me back. So he scammed me with the tubby custard, and I was a gentleman about it. I was fair to him. I gave him a second chance, and he fucking did this shit. He fucking did this, and then he charged me back on PayPal. He was just a fucking dick. He was just a fucking dick, dude. And you know what he said years later? Actually, this isn't even part of this video because it happened years later. He said that he did it for the content, that it would be funny, right? He's like, I was just gonna like charge it back and then give it back to you anyway because it would have been interesting and cool. It's like, okay, you think I'm stupid? Like, you can just do it, like, rinse and repeat? Like, give me the same $1,000 over and over again to play your fucking dumb games? Like, fuck off, bro. I was literally fucking kind to this person. This is a true psychopath, by the way. Like, to take advantage of somebody like that when you were just being kind, and like literally, this is like somebody fucking steals tens of thousands of dollars from you, or tries to, and then you just fucking brush it off and keep them around. It was just going to be funny, dude. It was just going to be content. Like, what? It's bullshit.
And he lied about the reasoning in the chargeback claim with a fake story attached to why the item wasn't as described.
Yeah, he just gave this is his excuse. Apparently, I sent money through Streamlabs, and I thought Streamer, which, by the way, the PayPal person doesn't fucking know it's Stream. Like, fuck off. This guy's just not intelligent. Apparently, I sent money through Streamlabs, and I thought Streamer was able to send me Creo trading cards, but I did it wrong. And these are the images he attached. Just some random out-of-context image. And then, like, an out-of-context image of, like, this shit. And then, like, I'm like, oh, you wanna fucking play that game, do you? Well, I have the VODs of when these things were streamed to prove that you gave money at this exact moment, and it shows up on the stream. Here's the receipt of the notification coming on stream, the day that the game was streamed, and the money that I received in Streamlabs with the date and time recorded from the same email. So you know that you gave money for this specific incentive. I'm talking about it on the stream too. I included the clip and everything, like it was bulletproof. And yeah, he fucked with the wrong person basically. By the way, I just like, it's so like classic of these assholes, right? Like unrelated description and or title and then out of context image, right? Like they'll take like a picture of me like because I like lost a run or something, and it's like put like some fucking caption on it that's like irrelevant to me losing the run,
which is literally,
or I'm like sitting there like making like they have like and it's like I'm like it's like raging at trolls, and then you click on it, I'm just like sitting here laughing and making fun of them. Like so many fucking thumbnails like that. Also, like, yeah, this is technically grand theft. He stole more than he attempted to steal more than $1,000, so that is technically grand theft if he actually got away with it.
A fraud attempt of over $1,000. I'm not sure why I gave this guy a second chance, nor am I sure why he tried to lie about it when recorded evidence of him buying the incentives was uploaded to the internet days earlier, followed by me completing them, but I digress. Custardgate was an entire...
Yeah, we decided the case in your favor. I got my $1,000. Oh, and then he offered me $5,000 to be unbanned at some point. Like, I think like sometime in 2024. He said, I'll give you 5,000 bits. Or like, I'll reclaim my old bit badge on, like, cause he had an account on Twitch that got banned probably from like credit card scams. Cause like once he did this shit, I'm like, yeah, he probably was fucking scamming for all those years. Like he probably was doing credit card scams to give me those bits, not gonna lie. So, I'm not fucking accepting anything from you again. And he's like, I'll get my bit badge back if you let me talk on my new account. I'm like, fuck you. Like, I don't want your $5,000. Fucking think I need $5,000? Fuck you.
Entire day of a subathon wasted on one person's activity, which otherwise would have been spent on what the majority of viewers wanted to watch and contribute to fairly. I was not only robbed of my time, but hundreds were robbed of theirs in an event they waited for a year to see.
That's true too. Everybody was mad at this guy. Dickhead.
One might refute this take.
I guess he was a good troll then, right? If he got what he wanted and he fucking wasted our time. Sure. Good job, dude. You're a fucking scammer.
By saying that I still got paid something, even if that something was 1/15 of the congruent amount. But you must understand this was all happening during a subathon, where had I not been stuck doing Tubby Custard for an entire day, I could have been completing incentives from other viewers who would have preferred we'd done something other than a 1-minute base boosted loop of a preschool game. This was
what I'm trying to explain here, by the way, is the concept of opportunity cost, right? When you're not spending your time working on one thing, you could be working on something else. right? Like, me speedrunning is an opportunity cost to not doing a subathon in general, or like a donation incentive. Like, when you try to buy 4 days of somebody's time for pennies compared to what you should have, like, what the haters didn't want to admit is that 5 days of a subathon, 4 to 5 days, is worth $25,000. If you want to buy my stream during this particular subathon, 4 full days of doing what you want, that's a $25,000 purchase. Because if you don't buy it, like, it's gonna accumulate the $25,000 anyway. Because like these subathons just make that much money, right? You following me? Like, that's just how it is. I don't make. I mean, I make the rules, but like, if you're given, if a sub is worth a minute and if one sub that you spend $5 on is worth a minute and 20, you stretch that out over 4 to 5 days. It's a lot of money to be able to force the streamer to do whatever you want for 4 straight days of a subathon, if the subs are worth a minute and 20 seconds each. So like that's like literally, you know, that's what it's worth. It may sound absurd, like, do I think that my time is worth $25,000 for 4 to 5 days? Not necessarily, but like that's what it would have cost to get 134 fucking hours on the timer. You know? That's the idea. Like, you want to give $1,000 to this subathon for a minute and 20 a sub, like, that could get you like 4 hours, 5 hours, right? Something like that. It's like, yeah, things are worth what people are willing to pay for them, and that's that. Like, you can say that I'm greedy if you're stupid, but like, that's like, if I gave you, like, if the sub were like $5, if it were a sub for like 5 minutes of my time, the subathon would never fucking end. Like, a minute to 2 minutes is fair for like how much people spend on this stream. So like, it just wouldn't compute in their heads that like, this guy does subathons that are very successful, and to be able to buy 4 days of a subathon, it actually would cost like $20,000. Because that's how much money is being spent on the stream by everybody together in a 4 or 5 day period. That's just what people are fucking spending on these things. So if you want to do that as one person, like, you're going to be spending a lot of fucking money. Right? That's just how it works. Like, you have to just accept that. Like, that's how much money people spend on these subathons. It's insane. Like, I don't know what I did to fucking be fortunate enough to have that position where people can want to spend that much money on something like that I'm doing, but like, that's ultimately what it costs to buy 134 fucking hours on a subathon timer on this stream. At least then it did, because we've been doing like a minute and 40 per sub or something now, I think. Well, no, because they increased the price of subs, so yeah, subs used to be $5, now they're $6, so yeah, we made it like a minute and 40 or something or like a minute and 50, I think it was, to like account for that. Yeah, something like that, because the subs just cost more now, but you get what I'm saying, like, it's a lot, dude. Yeah, like, if somebody pays $20,000 for a bottle of piss, are you gonna be mad at like the person? Like, the person chose to buy it, you know? It's like, is selling your own piss degenerate? Sure, you can make an argument that like playing Teletubbies for $20,000 for 4 days straight is a degenerate act, right? But like, I don't know, like, whatever. I don't think it's that bad, you know? It's like it's an exhibition, you know? You can criticize the content, but you can't criticize like what it's worth. Like, it's worth what people are willing to pay.
An opportunity cost for me, but the viewers got the shorter end of the stick in my opinion. Not only did they lose an entire day of the subathon, they also had to watch some guy get his tubby custards for 1/15 of what they had just paid for the same thing up until this point.
Yeah, because he wasn't the only one who was doing it. It was a big meme. Yeah, I don't fucking care who that guy is. He's some nobody I'll never hear of again. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, everybody was in on this Tubby Custard meme. This guy just took it way too far and stole money and scammed people.
Custard meme was funny for an hour or so here and there, but when this guy forced it on the stream for a full day for rolls of dimes, it was a huge demoralizer for the viewers. This situation was most unfair to them, especially because I was obligated to honor the request to avoid accusations of fraud, and I'm thankful my viewers understood this. They weren't happy about it though. A lot of people were saying this guy should have been banned from
This was funny. This fucking Teletubby costume getting keyed out of the fucking green screen. It's funny, but it went on for like, yeah. The guy just, like, he was just trying to fucking ruin the stream.
For what he did. But again, this guy was dishonest, but what he did was technically in bounds since it hadn't been acknowledged yet. A ban for that is harsh. However,
yeah, I was stupid too, because like I knew this was a thing. Learned my lesson, because I knew that people were doing this, and I figured like, this community wouldn't do that. And then somebody did it. So, as soon as I saw people were doing that, I should have written a rule against it.
He did end up at some point harassing some of our viewers in DMs.
I think he said way worse shit too. He was harassing James and Board. Just saying, fuck you, you're stupid, like fucking like baby rage. What a loser.
So yeah, he ended up getting banned for that.
The fuck is wrong with this person? I forgot about all this. Fuck you, all stupid motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're stupid. What's the matter, man? $1,000 is a lot for you?
Anyway, can I ask you a question though? How do I know you're not gonna charge back?
I'm not going to charge back, lol.
Swear.
Literally just fucking, yeah, I own that guy with this fucking video. There's no escape, like, indubitably laid out every piece of evidence that he fucking left and just completely, dude, if I were a drama YouTuber, I'd fucking be even more successful than I already am, because everybody just fucking loves drama. Dude, it was so bad. Like, what the hell is wrong with this person?
Balls are going to explode.
Toward the end of the first subathon, the chat would say the stream is edging when the timer is falling to 0 without intervention. It was a funny meme, and I've definitely had my fun telling chat they were edging too hard and whatnot. I don't think there was a specific moment when the phrase became negative, but toward the end of the second subathon, it definitely had become synonymous with frustration.
Yeah, I mean, this is relevant to this part of the video, but like, and like the second big subathon, but like we've gone, like we're way past at this.
Clear head now and giving.
I'm really good at fucking dismantling people because I've been people have nonstop, like for somebody who speedruns for like a speedrunning community that's supposed to be like, a lot of people in the speedrunning community are like very docile, you know, like I've been constantly attacked for the last 10 years, so I've gotten really, really good at defending myself. And when I choose to defend myself, it's not, you can't win. Like, cause I don't fucking do anything, dude. I don't drink. I'm not a fucking like sex pest. Like I literally leave no trail to go off of, dude. Like there's nothing you can get me for. I just don't do anything. I literally just an honest person who just fucking plays video games. Like,
most people the benefit.
Do I lie sometimes? Yeah, everybody fucking lies sometimes. Like, you know, but I'm not like fucking like a heinous villain like some of these crazy assholes make me out to be. And then like when their fucking favorite like cozy, comfy, happy-go-lucky YouTuber gets called out for like fucking talking to minors and shit, they're like, who could have known? Like, I don't know, like, maybe like you should not be so trusting of people who just make content exclusively for children, you know? Like, like it's always the fucking kids, man. It's always like, you can't have a successful streamer go 5 years without fucking talking to a 16-year-old.
The doubt. I don't think the.
Which, by the way, Idiac and all the fucking losers who are in that server would refute that 16 is too young. They would argue against that point. Those are the kinds of people that oppose this community. Just to let you know. If those are the kinds of people who are on the outskirts and not allowed in, I think we're doing pretty fucking good.
Frustration from chat was mostly coming from others not donating to boost the timer in low situations either. I believe it was mostly provoked by the constant beeping sound.
That was a horrible noise. forgot how bad it was. We fixed it for the next one though.
Catch the timer when it was under a minute. Other than not letting myself sleep, of course, this was the worst blunder of the subathon. And
yeah, everybody fucking gets mad at video games, dude. Like, it all started when, like, they started saying that we can't say, like, oh, dude, I just got fucking raped. Like, oh, like fucking telling people to, like, kill themselves in a game and shit. Like, online. Like, obviously you don't fucking mean it. When they started policing the kind of gamer language that we use, some of it I can't say on Twitch. Like, that's when people started to get like, oh, well, not only can you not say these words, you also can't even get mad. When, like, raging at fucking games and shit is, like, part of the culture, dude. Like, you're supposed to fucking get mad. If you don't get mad, you're not fucking trying. You don't care enough. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's 2026, dude. Like, they've oppressed us long enough. The gamer. I grew up fucking playing, like, Modern Warfare 2, dude. Like, that's just the way that I grew up. People are always raging. People are always fucking saying shit that they shouldn't be saying. Like, I'm not saying that all of it's okay, but you have to have some fucking perspective, right? If you're speedrunning a fucking game that is just oppressing you, like, you're constantly failing over and over and over again. You feel like you're, like, experiencing Groundhog Day. Like, I don't fucking care if it's, like, fucking, like Blue's Clues. You're gonna fucking rage if you actually are good. So, like, fuck off with that shit, man. Like, literally, like, I said the other day when I lost that run, I got fucking raped by RNG. And somebody in the chat's like, thank you for using those words. Thank you for saying those things. Because I miss when I used to be able to say them or some shit.
Far the worst edition this year. Last year, one of the biggest criticisms I received was constantly mentioning the timer's position, and I came to believe this habit was greatly enforced by feeling the need to check it constantly.
Yeah, in the first big subathon, I was constantly looking over my shoulder and, like, commenting on the time. Because my fear was that we'd forget about the timer if we were having too much fun. Which is insane, by the way. Like, because you just wanted it to keep going. So the beeping sound was supposed to be like, we don't have to look at it, so it just tells us when it's getting low.
But theoretically, knowing that a sound would play when the timer gets low would help stop that habit before it forms. While I still think that having sound cues on the timer to keep it mentally present is a good idea, especially for me while I'm trying to focus on actually streaming, it didn't have to be this persistent and annoying. The major oversight here was that I assumed chat would not allow the timer to fall under a minute that often during the subathon, and boy was I wrong.
Timer is under. Yeah, and then Gen Alpha just doesn't even, like, play games. They just fucking hate on people who play games.
1 minute.
They're not really playing games.
Under 10 seconds. I think that's it. Thanks for the 100 bits. 5, 4.
Yeah, like, trust me, man. Like, I already said, like, no amount of money is worth my mental health. Like, this shit sucked. And, like, people were just, like, complaining the whole time. Like, why didn't you give more? And, like, DMing people and saying, like, give more. You know? Yeah, well, you know why people fear getting canceled? It's because they have stuff to hide. Or they just, like, played this, like, long con. Like, I know I'm being really mean, but, like, you might not even realize it because it's a learned behavior for so many people that they lean into the established, comfy audience that was bestowed upon them from the big streamers who were lowest common denominator friendly before them. Like, how many streamers are kind of just, like, coasting off of, like, borrowed audience, if that makes sense, right? Like, how many communities are genuinely grassroots? A lot of the biggest streamers just share the same viewers. So if you don't fall in line, you just get canceled. You gotta have, like, your own community that's, like, established from the beginning as, like, it is this thing. Like, back in 2018, we were fucking playing Ram Ranch and, like, you know, like we've always kind of been, like, Ram Ranch would usually be used to troll people. People would fucking, like, we had an emote of, like, SpongeBob, like, half naked with, like, a towel and a cowboy hat. Like, we embraced all these fucking, like, rancid things and, like shit talk and stuff, like, really early on. Dude, people are starting to realize that the people who really deserve to get canceled are the ones who are fucking policing people and, like, talking to kids and shit. Not people who are just fucking talking like gamers, like, saying that, like, the game fucking raped them or some shit, right? Like, that's just, that era is just over. You know? And yeah, like, a lot of the people who get, you know, like, canceled, like, it's just performative outrage, right? Like, they're gonna be back in, like, a month or two because people would, like, they feel like it's been long enough to, for most people to, like, accept that people want to watch them again. Because people don't really fucking care. People are just, like, they want to make sure that everybody else around them is okay with them liking something. Like, do we like SHiFT? Do we still like him? Guys? Like, can we like this guy again? What do you guys think? Are we allowed to like SHiFT again? Like, I never really viewed my audience as being like that. Like, you're either here for, like, a cheap laugh or you want to see a world record. Like, it's like, I'm one of the two, you know? 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you guys just gonna let him sit here and do this by himself? Because battery exhausted. But yeah, what I was saying is, like, maybe the way that I said it in that clip isn't the best, and it's like, probably, you know, there are probably better clips to use, because it is a little out of context, but like, it shouldn't have been one. Also, you have to remember that I was, like, this is the infamous Ocarina of Time playthrough. I have been awake for 2 days at this point. So maybe I didn't say it exactly the way that I should have said it, but yeah, I didn't like that one person was kind of doing it. At this point, I kind of don't care, though, because, like, if one person wants to give, like, 100 subs, or 100 bits over and over and over again, like, I don't really care anymore. It's just funny. It's probably is a lot more annoying with the beeping sound constantly coming in and out, though. It really was the fucking beeping, dude. It was the beeping and not sleeping that was driving me crazy, and I was taking it out on, like, the 100-bit, like, trolls and shit.
Because at this point, despite many chatters vocalizing their desire for the stream to continue, they more or less just anxiously commented on it while expecting one person to keep it alive for them. In this scenario, the person donating at the final second was just trying to save the stream over and over to give someone else the opportunity to jump in.
Oh, that is true. When I was going back in the VODs, I saw, like, people in the Twitch plays chat in the first subathon getting angry and people weren't donating as well. So it was a thing longer than I thought, but I was getting to experience it because I was on stream a lot more during the second one. I didn't notice any of that in the Christmas subathon, though. That was all cleared up.
Save it with him. The opportunity was rarely taken, and the poor guy just wouldn't let the stream end. It's a tough spot for me as well, since every second is an incentive someone paid for. So it's not entirely up to me to end the stream, especially not knowing if or when someone was about.
I could just choose to stop accepting time, too, which is what I probably should have done, but I also, at that point, I had the feeling that, like, okay, it's kind of an insult to the people who gave subs to keep it going this long, you know? Which might be true for, like, the 80-dayer when we were trying to keep it going for as long as possible, and that was, like, the whole goal. But for a like, the follow-up subathon that was, like, barely making it to a month, it probably would have been okay to just end it. Yeah, Ludwig is just really weird. Like, I don't dislike the guy. I've just had weird experiences with him. I don't think he's a bad person. He just isn't, like, extremely self-aware of what, like, how, like, when he says something, it impacts people around him. Yeah, Slime's friend. Yeah, I know it's a joke, but, like, yeah, that was a whole big thing in this subathon too, about, like, how he came into my chat. I forgot about that. How he came into my chat and he was, like, telling me to, like, bust out my analytics and show him, like, how much money I was making. He's like, what did he say? Like, I bet you made $200,000 in the last month. And I'm like, this guy sees that I have 26,000 subs. That's not $200,000. You're somebody who used to stream on Twitch. You know that 26,000 subs is not $200,000. Like, you're just trying to rage bait me into showing you your analytics. And he's, like, acting like he deserves to see them. And I'm like, first off, you never donated anything. And those who do, like, for the past 60 days of this subathon, none of my viewers have ever asked how much money I'm making or to see my analytics. And he's like, well, when I was doing a subathon, I was making update videos showing people how much money I was making. And I'm like, that's kind of like flexing, isn't it? Like it's like one of those things where like it's plausible deniability, where it's like you're making videos for the algorithm because people love money. People like money and people like drama. So if you make a video about like money, which is the whole subathon angle, and the drama, which is taking over Ninja's record, like you have this situation where like people are gonna click. Like he's making content. And I thought it was pretty unfair to say that I wasn't being transparent with my subathon because I wasn't making videos every week updating people on how much money I was making. That was weird. Especially because I was uploading weekly highlight reels that were showing the sub counts and like all the major donations and stuff. Like, it was pretty fucking transparent. And I also documented the entire thing and uploaded all 2,000 hours of it in a playlist too. Which, like, I couldn't do that during this, like, his credit, I couldn't do it during the subathon because my internet was so bad I couldn't upload VODs and stream at the same time. So, like, I guess he couldn't have predicted that I was going to do that, but I was saying on my stream that I was going to do that, so my viewers knew I was. Not that that should be the expectation, is uploading your entire 2,000-hour subathon, dude. Like, I don't know what transparency he expected at that point. But yeah, like, I don't know, like, I at some point, like, said, like, you know what, like, I'm not gonna fucking continue to pick a fight with this guy. Like, he probably doesn't even remember what he fucking did. He probably doesn't care. And, his viewers are fucking assholes to me at some point over this. And, like, the people who surround this community, the orbiters, were using it as, like, a talking point or whatever. Whatever. I eventually submitted my, like, a run to, like, his speed running event last year. As, like, not expecting him to take it, obviously. Because, like, I get why he wouldn't after the shit that, like, you know what I mean? If his viewers really do think that I'm a scammer because of the shit he said about me. Which, like, he does say that he didn't mention it on stream. But my viewers have told me that on his stream he said that he wishes that I were more honest about my subathon, which I don't fucking know what that means. That just sounds like your girlfriend saying, like, you know what you did. Like, I don't fucking know what that is. So, like, I don't know. It's a he said, she said situation. Like, my viewers say one thing. He says that he didn't say anything. Like, whatever. I'll just drop it. Like, fine. Like, I don't care anymore. Like, I'll submit my run as, like, a little olive branch. And, that was before the thing happened with the Berio card drama scandal. And now I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I think he's just a fucking idiot. Like, I don't think he's a bad guy. He just does stupid things, and, he knows the game. He knows the game well. Like, he knows that if he admits even partial fault, he's gonna get canceled. So if he just, like, ignores it and just keeps walking forward and just, like, tries to do right by Mango privately and try to minimize the outrage on his end, it minimizes the outrage on Mango's end. Like, I don't know what goes on privately between those two. I can't judge. He's just a fucking businessman, and, like, whatever. I'm a gamer playing games on stream, talking to my viewers, like I meet in person, like we do speedrunning events and they're in the crowd, like holding up the 30 signs when I do SBA. Like, I'm much more intertwined with my community than a dude who's like a fucking career streamer. You know, like, it's not my gig. He's just, like, you guys are all, like the chat is like NPCs when you're that big and you're just focused on climbing, you know? Not my forte. I never viewed streaming as, like, a vessel for business. I've always viewed it as, like, getting the word out there for, like, some kind of, like, thing you're making, you know? Like art, or, like, a game that you really like. But, you know, whatever. He's making bank at the end of the day. And I don't really have a bone to pick with that. Because there are plenty of people who are far more unethical, who make a lot more money, and I'm not talking about them, so. You know. This doesn't need to be about him, by the way. I just thought, like, it wasn't mentioned in this video, so I thought it was fair to, like, go into detail about that.
Sub. It was just awful to watch, and the Constant beeping only made this dynamic more frustrating for everyone involved. I know some of you can relate to the feeling of everything, especially loud repetitive noises, becoming infinitely more annoying during a true state of exhaustion. Have this continue for hours while the viewers are also frustrated over the way things were going, and you have a recipe for complete disaster. A prime example of how one unchecked major flaw of the event layered into another. We were all
This is really spelling it out clearly for people, like, the crash out at the end of the subathon was the straw that broke the camel's back. There was a lot of shit that was going on.
Fed up with the beeping, and chat started to become fed up with the edging. By now, some people in chat were telling everyone to stop.
Yeah, because the whole point of this, like, I grew up, like, watching Twitch when every chat was like this. Except for, like, maybe, like, Soda and, like, Lyric. You know? So I just try to hold on to that, I guess.
Edging. And this is where the crash began.
I don't always need to talk to chat. It's like, I gotta focus on the game, too. The game is the most important thing. But the chat's important, too.
Money!
Bet you fuckers think you're so funny. Yeah. And I'm just like, God, get me out of here. No?
Money!
Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking scream. Yeah, it's like, I really just wanted this shit to end. Because I'm like, oh, I have to be here until it ends. And we already, like, discussed the mental gymnastics of, like, I can't leave the stream, right? You have to, like, understand, like, I'm thinking to myself, and we're all thinking the same thing, like, he can't leave the stream until it ends. He can't end it himself because he promised not to. And, like, you just keep giving 100 bits to troll him and keep the beeping going on infinitely while he hasn't slept in days, right? Obviously, this is all shit that's just going on inside my head and the heads of some of the viewers, but, like, yeah, this is just insanity. This is like literally just, this is pure insanity, and, it's, obviously we corrected all this. This is all very old, but, like, yeah. This was just fucking insane.
Please stop.
It's very dramatic, the way that I edited this.
That was so close! Is it really that fucking exciting, man?
It's funny. Like, it's literally like, for the millionth fucking time in a row, they do this 100-bit thing at 1 second. They're like, that was so close. Like, oh, like, yeah, it was, dude. To the 20th fucking time in a row, it was close. Like, ugh, it's like, honestly, like, the guy didn't deserve to get made fun of, but it is funny.
Is it that exciting?
And then it's like, they give, like, somebody feels bad and gives 20 subs, when I'm hoping that they end it, and then I'm like, okay, so 20 minutes from now, I'm gonna have to hear this shit again. Also, not for nothing, but I'm playing fucking Crash 1, which is a fucking rage game.
Tired
So,
of chat
yo,
doing
take
this
that for
edging
what you
shit.
will.
Just let the man sleep for 8 hours.
Yeah, he's saying, like, so somebody in the chat was saying, like, you know, I'm tired of the edging, somebody, like, tired of the edging, let him sleep. Which, like, means, like, give him subs so he can sleep. And I'm like, somebody in the chat is saying give subs, so I'm gonna fucking crash out on them. Like, that's, like, you have to understand, like, the language that's going on here. It's like, when somebody says let him sleep, they're not saying, like, end the subathon. They're saying let him, like, that's what was going on in my head, is, like, they're not saying end the subathon. They're not saying let him sleep. They're saying give him subs so he can sleep. And I'm like, oh, he's saying give subs. That's annoying. I'm gonna crash out. Basically. That's, yeah, exactly. Like, he could have easily just meant that, but it was like, it wasn't clear, and like, I was thinking in my head, like, he was saying give subs, but like, obviously I'm tired, and like, I'm not like fucking, it was literally a system, exactly, but like, obviously I'm fucking tired here, and not thinking, like, I'm 2 days and not, you know what it's like being tired, dude. You just say shit when you're tired, man. You don't think, like, you like, there are, like, gaps in logic. You, like, read something, you don't read it the right way. You jump to conclusions, like, that's, like, literally sleep deprivation 101, is you just run your fucking mouth, and you, like, you read into things that aren't there, like, yeah, this level sucks. Yeah.
You want to stop edging? Get a fucking job and give me money.
Get a fucking job and give me money. You want to stop edging? Get a fucking job and give me money. True. Like, you want the subathon timer to not be at 1 second? Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Don't fucking tell your fucking peers to give money when you have fucking bank account. Or just let it end.
I'm tired of all this shit, man. I'm tired of people fucking complaining about people not giving money. Go
Yeah.
shovel snow, go mow a lawn, do something. Instead of fucking...
Literally do anything but complain that people aren't giving subs. Which, again, like, that person wasn't necessarily doing that, but, like, you have to understand that, like, I'm crashing out at this one person, but that's one person out of all the people who literally were doing that. There are people who are explicitly saying, like, only 100 bits? Come on, man, give more. Like, DMing people saying, like, hey, dude, you gave 5 subs yesterday. Can you give 5 subs now? He's looking tired. Like, people were doing this the whole time. Crashing out on that person, like, that person didn't deserve it, but, like, the whole idea that, like, you're not giving him enough money, it was like, that was going on the whole fucking time. And, like, crashing out was not just at that one person, it was at the whole fucking attitude, you know?
Ask people to do shit. I'm tired of fucking hearing all this shit. I've been saying for fucking 3 weeks that it's gonna get to this point. Like, what the fuck what is wrong?
And that's the insanity right there, because you heard you heard me say that in the first subathon, right? It's gonna get to this point, the edging is too bad. Like, the solution is just cap the fucking thing, dude. Just cap it. Just don't let people do it forever. You know? And then we did cap it, but, like, you know, this is like seeing the insanity unfold in real time of, like it doesn't work, you know? You have to fix stuff. You have to tweak the rules.
What's wrong with everybody, man? Just fucking end it! Just end it, man!
Yeah, this is the
Just
clip that got
stop
me
giving
fucking live stream fails, yeah.
me fucking money already! Hearing all this shit. I've been saying for fucking 3 weeks that it's gonna get to this point. Like, what the fuck what is wrong with everybody, man? Just fucking end it! Just end it, man! Just stop giving me fucking money already!
And if that's the clip that's gonna get me canceled, by the way, because people tried to cancel me over that, saying, end it, stop giving me money. Like, and then people were like, he didn't even flinch when he got 100 subs later. I'm like, yeah, because, like, I couldn't fucking sleep. Like, 100 subs is a lot of money. It's very generous, but, like, I just wanted to go to bed. And I knew that it was just going to keep going. And then at one point I, like, convinced myself they weren't going to let it end. So I'm like, oh yeah, let's just keep it going. Let's fix it. Let's sleep tonight. But good thing it fucking ended, because we weren't going to hold true to that. I mean, I'm literally sitting here, stop giving me money, and people complain, like, he didn't even react, and people gave him money when he said stop giving me money. Like, what do you want, dude? I wasn't sleeping for 2 days. Like, I wasn't gonna fucking... Also, that was probably really fucking loud. I just realized that was probably really loud, the fucking yelling in the video.
If it's gonna be like this, nobody's enjoying this anymore. This is how we all fucking feel, man. This is the quiet part that all the real fans are thinking. Nobody's enjoying this anymore. Just let it fucking end.
Yeah, like, this is all true. This is all fucking true. Like, it sucks that, like, a subathon that, like, people spent so much money on ended like this. But, you know. Quiet part, he said calmly. Yeah, it's like, this is all true, just not said very elegantly. This is my first impression of the stream, and you still stuck around, so. It's the quiet part, but you're yelling as loud as you can.
Like, you're literally just fucking trolling me with this 100-bit shit when it's...
It was trolling. And you know, okay, here's the fucking double standard of these fucking idiot clowns who, like, tried to, like cancel me over this shit. They're like, oh, the Tubby Custard guy may have scammed you out of $24,000, but he gave you $1,000 and you should have been happy with that. And then they'll turn around and say, this guy gave you $1 to keep your stream going, and you're not grateful for the $1. You're not grateful for the $1. Like, just keep moving that fucking goalpost, man. It's just, it's just all bait. The whole thing was just fucking bait, dude. You don't have to act like I show speed for 50 bucks. Well, 100 subs is a lot more than that, but yeah. Did I explain that properly? It's like, oh, so now I'm supposed to fucking explode over $1 when I'm like 2 days not sleeping, and it's like, I'm supposed to kiss somebody's feet when they just spent $1 trolling? Like, like, come on. Spend $1 to get somebody to crash out? Like, yeah, they're so grateful for that $1, right? Like, he's not grateful for $1! Like, really? Like, they literally fucking do the same thing if they could afford it. If they weren't fucking broke living in Brazil. Like, $1 to get somebody to crash out. Like, yeah. Truly, the $1 was in support of the stream and my content. Under a minute. You said beep, 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 beep. Just fucking end it already.
This person did not.
So much of the fucking trolling is because I make funny faces when I get mad. Like, if you actually listen to the content of my comments on this, my commentary is actually very spot on with how bad that subathon was getting, and everybody agreed with me that, like, it was bad. I was voicing the concerns everybody had with, like, the fucking trolling and the beeping and all this nonsense that was happening, but, like, because, like, my eyebrows get, like, crunched and, like, my mouth gets wide when I yell, it's like, oh, he's crazy. But, like, when you actually listen to what I'm saying, on 2 days of not sleeping for that matter, I'm pretty fucking coherent with my thoughts. So, like, whatever, dude. You think, like, I make funny faces? Like, okay, so does fucking Jim Carrey. Like, who cares?
Not deserve to be attacked. In hindsight, this comment is harmless, but at the time I interpreted it as a call from one person to other people to donate to the stream and boost the timer. This attitude had been fairly prevalent during morning sections of the stream, when most of the invested viewers were still sleeping. So the stream would be close to ending, and some viewers would call on other viewers to do something about it. Sometimes people would go as far to ping others and send DMs to them asking for them to give more. I'm not sure if there's a solution to this issue or if it's just a natural side effect of running an event like this on the internet where anyone can say anything. But regardless, it's gross to see in a community this small. And yes, despite how tiresome and annoying this attitude is, this particular person in the clip did not deserve to be made an example of. However, I stand by my assertion that if you want the edging to stop, rather than calling on others who worked and saved to contribute to the subathon, you should go out, find work yourself, and do it yourself if it's that important.
That's such a fair, level-headed take on this whole situation. I don't understand how anybody can ever fucking say, like, this person is, like, unreasonable after hearing that. In this situation, at least. Because I can be unreasonable for... Everybody can, but, like... That is such a, like, a straightforward take. Like, if you disagree with that, I don't know how you could possibly disagree with that. Like, how you would refute that comment. If it's really that important, then you can just do it yourself. And if it's not, then don't bother people and tell them to do it. Like, it's really just... Especially when we're talking about money... Yeah. This is also 2023, by the way. This is like when houses started to get really fucking expensive. You know? We were like peak Bidenomics during 2023. So money was a pretty sensitive issue at the time.
Regardless of how you feel about the culture of Twitch streamers accepting money for playing games and incentives, fair is fair. And yes, I really was tired of all this shit. It's not worth watching a community tear itself apart over something that's supposed to be fun, but hopefully discussing it here will cause people to reconsider this behavior in the future. Furthermore, during this part,
I wouldn't say it's a problem. Like, people are able to spend on what they want to spend. If somebody wants to, like, keep saving it at the last second, then let them. Playing chicken with a timer is just part of a subathon. It's never going to be perfect. Like, how have all three of them ended? Because they just edge and they eventually hit 0. Like, that's just how it goes, you know? It's just part of it. It's never going to be perfect unless you cap it. And you reach the cap. Yeah, that guy in particular was, like, not even, like, necessarily insinuating what I had a problem with. He just got caught in the crossfire, because other people around him were doing it.
Part of the subathon.
Yeah, that was, like, being sleep deprived is really, like, it fucks with you really bad, yeah.
There was an effort.
And it sounds like an excuse, but, like, yeah, it's bad.
To hold the timer just barely under 1 minute just to keep the beeping going non-stop instead of just letting the subathon end.
Like, anybody who won't admit that the beeping was trolling, like, it's like they're fucking trolling, dude. They were gracious enough to give you $1 and then wait a minute and then give you $1 again. It's like throwing pennies at a homeless person. It's like, but I'm giving him money. Come on, react. Come on, man. Stuck in hell. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, and then like, I've never seen somebody so mad to make money. Like, yeah, thanks for fucking $1, bro. Fucking trolling me. Like, you're trolling. You're trolling if you don't see how that shit's trolling. Like, you've never seen somebody give like a $2 donation saying you're a fucking bleh, like just make fun of you and shit for $2. But he gave you $2. He can't be trolling because he gave you money. I'm sure I even say that in this video.
I felt that I, along with the viewers who were annoyed by this, were all being disrespected by that. If the person...
Yeah, that's also true too, that the viewers are being disrespected as well, yeah. No, that's actually a good point. I was being very self-centered to even like think about this from my own, just my own perspective. Like, the beeping was fucking annoying to everybody else, not even just me.
Planned on giving that total number of bits, but chose to space them in a way that plays a constant sound that everyone finds annoying.
It was literally like spacing them. Like, this person had like a huge stash of bits and was choosing to space them in a way that the beeping was constantly going. Like, come on.
I would consider that trolling. And we've all seen our fair share of donation message trolls in our time on this website.
Yeah, you smell XD, this only costs $1 to set. Like, there you go. Like, just, if one image can sum this up, like, Little Timmy 6969.
So don't give me the money equals cannot possibly be trolling thing. Sure.
Yeah, it's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. We already seen this, the fucking asshole with the tubby custer was trolling with money. You just refund it. You know? I guess you can't refund bits, but, you know. People were fucking stealing credit cards to fucking give bits and shit on this website, man.
Sure, we can agree to disagree, but this is still another situation where chat was screwed the worst, since they weren't the ones who designed the timer to make the noise. Seeing as I was the one who made this oversight, I shouldn't have gotten mad when someone figured out how to exploit it. In fact, I probably could have just muted the webpage the timer was running on, but I don't think the gears were turning up there at this point.
Would I have done that, though? That probably would have driven me crazy if I couldn't hear the timer. Wow, I gotta get a new battery for this thing. That probably would have driven me fucking crazy if I couldn't hear the timer and it was constantly hitting 1 second. I don't think I would have done that. I gotta get a new battery.
I'll again restate that no amount of money is worth my mental or physical health.
Yeah, it's all a moot point anyway. Like, if the CIA torture session is continuing because of these dollars that are being chucked at me, it's like, it doesn't matter if it's $1,000 each time. Like, it's still not worth my money, my mental health and physical health. I got really, really sick after this subathon. I don't know how much I talked about that, but it was kind of just like a cascade of health issues that just kept falling onto me. Like all these like weird things just started popping up, like with my skin and like my fucking like I got like lung issues, like I was like my immune system was like really bad. I had like COVID and bronchitis and stuff, I think. Like weird inflammation, like weird parts of my body. And then Sonny died. I was having a bad time at the beginning of like late 23, early 24. I was having a bad fucking time, dude. And I was also being harassed nonstop by these fucking clowns while all this was happening. And they 100% had something to say about Sonny dying too. Like, they weaponized that against me. Like, fucking, I had to ignore. I couldn't. That was the limit for me. I couldn't like fucking pay any attention to them after that. I ignored those assholes for a long fucking time. I'm like, I can't like give these people my attention while like after all this shit and like fucking dealing with all these health issues and Sonny not being here. Like, fuck all that, man. And they still kept going. They still continued to fucking make their corny ass videos and shit. And that's actually how I met Miguel. What the fuck is his channel name? He's like one of like the lolcow guys who was tipped off that I'm a lolcow, and we actually became friends because of that. Like, he introduced me to like Technicals and like a bunch of other guys in that community, and Some other guys unfortunately got like tipped off by these clowns. Not saturated content, but I had a talk with him too, and yeah, like these guys are all like, I wish the best for them. I really hope they don't have to make this kind of content forever. I think that Miguel got out of it at a good time. I know he's somebody who's like, you know, I think he realized that it's not worth it. Smart guy. But yeah, like, these, like, people who make videos about, like, fucking lolcows, so-called lolcows, like, not only does it look, like, super pathetic to, like, dedicate your fucking channel to, like, some dude that you're obsessing over, like, it just doesn't look good. It looks cringe whenever you see it. But they always, if you stick around long enough, they're just gonna come after you. Eventually, they're just gonna come after you. Oh yeah, Smokey, I forgot about him, too. He was alright, too. He's somebody who used to actually watch my stream, and I think he tried to run the game at some point. Like, they're all people who grew up watching me at some point. I was very well known and, like, ubiquitous on Twitch. So, like, a lot of these people encountered me or, like, knew about me. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that guy. I totally forgot about him until you mentioned him, but, yeah, like, I've been introduced to a lot of people in the commentary community because of these fucking weirdos who just try to convince people that I'm just, like, this horrible person. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it just feels like every time they tried to get me, it just backfired, and I just made new contact points in other communities because they tried to expose me. But anyway, let's just wrap this up.
This is the most important realization I've had through this event. We are allowed to establish boundaries, and having dollar bills thrown at me in exchange for that noise constantly playing was not worth it. A lot of my viewers are already...
And it's not surprising that people were disrespecting me when I was not setting boundaries for people to respect. And this goes back to, like, some of the people that I, you know, severed ties with over the subathon stuff, and they were just fucking talking about me behind my back. I think that most, if not all of them, have come to apologize to me at this point for how they treated me. And that's what happens when you actually respect yourself. People actually tend to respect you as well. Smokey didn't do anything. He was, tipped off. He made a video about Chibi, you know, the fucking, I like that jump, and, what the fuck was the GDQ? Like, I really prefer if you'd be quiet, and, like, the, like, fucking Chibi. Like, people know who Chibi is at this point. Like, he made a video about Chibi, like a lolcow documentary, and that idiot clown fucking went into his comments, and he's like, oh, you gotta look in the shift. You gotta look in the shift. And then, yeah, needless to say that Smokey went into, like, his history and found a lot of unsavory things. So yeah, it's always the same fucking story, dude. Like, Major Chilla was another one who came recently. Like, he was like, he wasn't somebody who was tipped off about me, but he was like concerned about these people. Like, he was a viewer of mine who was aware of these people, but he was like just like a genuine viewer, and people saw him in my YouTube chat and they said like, oh god, like, was he like told to like fucking look into you or some shit? So I ended up talking to him, and he's like, yeah, at one point I was invited to their little server, and I looked in one of the channels and saw lolly hentai, and then left immediately, cut all ties. So it always, and then they always say like, we don't actually draw children, we don't actually do these things, we don't actually argue about the age of consent and try to justify our weird friends in this server sending dick pics to minors, which is actually something that happened, by the way. Like, they're like, oh, we eventually banned him for talking about sending nudes to minors. Oh yeah, it took you like 3 hours of defending him before you actually did it. Only because you found out that we knew about it. But it's just a constant game of cat and mouse with these people. But it's always the same story. Like, people look into it, they find out that they're fucking pedophiles, and they just cut all ties. And then they disappear before they can become lolcows, and then they wait for people to forget about them, and they start harassing me again when they want more attention. It's the same fucking cycle, over and over again, and it just gets exhausting. Like, right now they're not fucking doing anything, but like when fucking they get bored, they're just gonna start doing it again, and I'm gonna have to explain myself to somebody else, you know? It's just a constant game, dude. There's losers.
Muting the stream because of it. And I was already hearing it all day up until that point, just because of the way things happened to play out. But when I realized it was being done on purpose in that moment, it really bothered me. We all make mistakes, and ultimately it was my fault for not seeing the possible issues with this. And for what it's worth, if I could go back, I wouldn't have done it this way. So much like the Tubby Custard situation, I accepted the contributions and completed the incentive, but this does not mean I have to be happy about it. Extrapolating these kinds of situations into overall ungratefulness is an absurd argument.
Thanks, James, for the $10. I gotta look into the battery as soon as I get off. I'll probably remember it now because I'll see the tip like on the list. Thanks, dude. They just fucking whatever. This is becoming too much of a talk about these people. I guess it's relevant because like the guy who did the Tubby Custard troll is part of that group, so I guess it is kind of relevant, but whatever.
I've only heard from bad faith accusers. My fans who have
bad faith accusers is all they are. He said it.
Supported me for the past 7 years know that I'm grateful for their support. And their opinion...
Yeah, they were trying to say that I wasn't grateful because of $1 being thrown at me to, like, spaced out to keep the beeping going, and because I told people to stop keeping the subathon going, and I didn't react to subs after that point. Like, come on.
Are the only ones that matter to me. But I believe the only
You guys know, like, how I am. Like... It's so stupid that, like, I don't know. A lot of people have fan bases that are, like, immature enough to, like, argue for them and, like, get in the comments and, like, get mad at people who... Like, the chronically online losers are the ones who oppose this community, not the... Like, the guys who actually watch the channel are, like, either lurking or they're just chill. Like, they don't want to get into it with these people, you know? So it creates this, like, void of, like, you know, opposition. There's no opposition to it because nobody wants to be bothered with, like, these childish activities of arguing with these fucking losers, you know? Yeah, like, the viewers just tend to ignore them, and then I have to fucking deal with it. I'm not saying I want you guys to do anything, obviously. I'm just observing that, like, a big reason why they tend to, like, convince certain people that, like, everybody hates me is because my actual viewers don't fucking care about them. And, like, they know the truth. They know how I actually am as a streamer. So, like, they're just, like, saying shit without opposition. And then, like, because of the whole, like, SpongeBob and, like, he's mad at a game, it's like, it somehow makes it, like, believable. Like, I don't know.
My opinion at this point in the subathon was that SHiFT needed to go offline and get some rest before this got even worse. With some new experimental additions to this subathon that needed some work, there were some good changes we should discuss as well. The first being knowing when to end. At the end of the previous subathon, 10 gifted subs dropped in chat just as the timer was about to hit 0. The processing delay since the viewer technically gave the subs before 0 caused controversy, and I ended up allowing the chat the opportunity for us to continue if the timer reached 5 hours within a short period of time. It felt like the right compromise at the time, but ultimately I'm glad it didn't work. We ended up using the remaining time from the attempt to talk to chat and review how things went either way, which was well deserved after 80 days of unbelievable support.
Yeah, and like, if they couldn't reach 5 hours, then like, it was gonna end overnight anyway. So I think that was the right call. Considering there was no plan for if it hit 0, which is insane because we didn't think it was gonna end. Considering there was no plan, just saying like, if you guys can't get to 5 hours, it's going to end anyway, so we'll end it if it doesn't hit 5 hours, and then we just ended it.
Here, however, we took a hard stance at ending as soon as the timer hit 0 regardless,
yeah,
with no exceptions. Because we all agreed if people are waiting until 2 seconds to boost the timer, then the marathon's continuation wasn't important enough, and it would likely just end soon anyway. The subathon actually ended the day after the timer reached 1 second, twice in the same morning.
It always does. Once it reaches 1 second, you have 24 hours before it ends. Every time. That's been consistent, right? Like, every single time it hits 1 second, within 24 hours, it's over. And it probably... So, keep that in mind for the next one. Be careful.
Shouldn't even have made it that far. Unfortunately predictable, as there's no way down from 1 second except for going to 0. And yes, a sub...
Yeah, because they think like, oh, we survived 1 second, we can survive 0 seconds, and then it's like, oh... that's not how it works.
It did come through right before it hit 0, and it processed late. Sorry, man, your effort was appreciated, though.
What a legend. The guy who tried to save that subathon. That'll go down in history. The last sub. Who was the one who tried to save the first one? I think it was James, actually. This guy tried to save this one, and Beard tried to save the most recent one. The last person to give a sub before it ended.
But it felt relieving knowing for sure it was over, and that we now had plenty of time to discuss how things...
I guess people probably gave more subs during these talking phases. This was so elaborately planned, dude. Like, with the fucking storyline of, like, the cruise ship, and all the characters and shit. And then the bomb goes off, and then the scene at the end is you're just in heaven.
Went without any timer or controversy
You
attached.
died.
As much as this event derailed toward the end, I'd say it ended on a high note. I'm pretty satisfied with the additions of the pilot and finale scene as well, even though the humor developed a lot.
We didn't do that next time. Too much, not that it was too much effort, but, like, I think that, like, trying to, like, steer the course of the narrative, like, kind of boxed us into a corner. I wanted to just see what would happen. Oh, this is my video. I edited this video and I commentated over it.
A lot throughout the month.
I make my own videos sometimes.
We were stuck on the cruise. It was still somewhat charming to hear the raccoon talk about changing diapers one final time.
The funny thing is that, like, that's another thing too, is like, yeah, that was actually the main reason why I elected not to do this again. Because the humor evolves over the course of the subathon as well. Like, people come up with new jokes and stuff. Like, during this subathon, like, Dr. Movie, the little that we had of him up until this point was just him changing diapers and, like, shitting his diaper. So, like, all the jokes he told were about, like, shitting his diaper. But the whole subathon that we're talking about here, he was doing the prostate exam the whole time. So there were no prostate jokes in the outro. Like, it was still, like, jokes that were from before the subathon. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard to really... Like, you'd have to, like, make it during the subathon. You have to, like, make the outro during the subathon. I had to have somebody on call for that. Which, it's a lot of planning, especially when you're on stream all the time, or sleeping. So, yeah, that was the big reason why. Other than just, like, not trying to, like, quite literally steer the ship too much and let the chat take control. The jokes would be outdated with an outro anyway.
The only issue is that one of my motivators for staying up until I knew the timer wouldn't hit 0 as I slept was needing to be present to activate the final scene.
Oh yeah, so we actually had it automatic, but like the code broke literally the day of. Like, Dark was saving our ass by like fixing the timer and like fixing the code. He literally fixed that code during the 5-minute countdown. Like, when the stream was live, counting down to the start of the subathon. Like, he fixed it with a minute to spare. Yeah, he was Dr. Movie with no prostate exam, because it was before the prostate exam joke. Because, like, that was, this subathon was the first subathon when the sound effects got added. Because before it was just text-to-speech with no sound effects, and they added the sound effects, like, after that subathon. So, like, it's really early stuff, like, pretty early with the AI shit. Yeah, I had to actually be around to activate the ending. So, fuck, I forgot about that. That was a big reason why I stayed up, because yeah, no, I totally forgot about that. If I had been sleeping when it hit 0 and I woke up, like, I wouldn't have been able to play the final scene where everybody dies. Yeah. I wonder if this would have gone differently if the timer didn't break and we knew that the ending screen was functioning properly. Because the whole idea was like, the end plays when it hits 0, so if the end gets triggered, then it's over. Like, even if the timer hits 0, if the end gets triggered because it hits 0 for like even 1 frame, once the ending plays, it's just over. So that was the idea, is like, yeah, it's discord.gg/shift. Here. It's like, I totally forgot about that. Like, I'll bet that this, like, I would have actually let myself sleep if it worked properly. The outcome might not have changed. Maybe. Because that guy was trolling too, right? I don't know. Who knows what would have happened, honestly.
This was originally supposed to run automatically, but technical issues the night before the subathon started caused that to not be the case, unfortunately. And still, had it been implemented, there was a good chance that one of the timer's many glitches where it momentarily displayed 0 could have triggered it early and spoiled the ending.
That's the reason why we didn't do it. I think. No, I'm saying that, like, it would have just done it anyway. It would have spoiled the ending if it hit 0. because of a glitch. That timer was fucked up. Like, I really appreciate that Ivo tried to, like, get it working in time. But yeah, we had a lot of issues. Like, the most recent subathon ran really smooth.
Not sure how I'd feel about implementing that again if we decided to do another. I believe removing the timer combo system was also a positive change. It was something we experimented with post-Incredithon.
It was a unique system. It was a smart system, but it was too much to explain.
Last time, and pretty much functioned as a multiplier that made subs worth more time if many of them were given in a short period. Unfortunately, despite it being fun at first, it became a negative motivator toward the end, encouraging everyone to wait until subs were worth more to sub, which required waiting on someone else to give subs first. So you can see how this got tiresome for most people. And not to mention it was confusing and annoying to constantly explain. In fact, the infamous "I'm trying to save you money" clip from last year was literally me explaining how the combo timer works taken out of context.
Yep, that's literally what it was. So like, what heck? Okay, so there was a guy in chat who was saying, I'm gonna give 50 subs if you guys get the timer to the next level. So, like, see this combo down here? One sub is plus 130. Combo ends in 203. 15 more subs, and the subs are worth 2 minutes each. So that's level 5 of the combo. So when the combo hits, when we get 15 more subs, any sub that gets given gives 2 minutes instead of 30 seconds. So off of a 50 sub bomb, you're getting 25 extra minutes for the same price. So I'm like, guys, this guy's willing to give 50 subs if you guys get the combo to 30 subs. And I was hyping it up, and then the guy in the chat said that I was like a scammer or something. I don't remember what he said. He said that I was like some random person who's never subbed ever, by the way. That's relevant here. Just some random fucking account said like scammer or whatever. And I started making fun of him. I started like digging into him. I'm like you're a fucking idiot. Like, the IQ of this chat is lower because you're here. You know, I'm not scamming. I'm trying to save you. Like, it was obviously a fucking bit. I'm like, I'm trying to save you money. If you give subs now, then 15 subs from now, the subs he gives are going to give an extra 25 minutes if I wanted to scam you. I just let the combo run out, and then he gives the 50 subs, and I have 25 more minutes that I don't have to spend on the stream. That's what I was saying. But it got completely, like, distorted, and, like, you know, they fucking gave it all these crazy titles and stuff, and livestream fails did their fucking thing, and of course there are people from the community who got banned in the past or just left because they didn't like the direction the stream was going in for whatever reason. You know, like, Exo-Lemon was a moderator who just, I guess he felt like the games we were playing and the people who were like the new moderators who are now like taking charge or didn't like them or something. He recently, maybe within the last couple of years, he reached out and apologized for that. But yeah, for one reason or another, people stop watching the stream. Maybe sometimes they just do it peacefully. Sometimes they just act like assholes. But yeah, some people who were in that thread, they didn't even watch the clip. They just were complaining about me. And then more people complained because we ban people from this stream. We don't just roll over people who are being annoying. We just ban them and just move on. Yeah, Exo-Lemon was a mod, yeah. And he just left quietly at one point. Didn't explain himself. It was like during that like Friday the 13th era when like we were all like the moderators were playing like Friday. People used to use like the Squidward meme when he's like looking out the window and he's like with the blinds on and SpongeBob and Patrick are like having fun. People used to like use that to describe him because that's kind of like the way he was with like the new moderators. I mean, the stream's gonna go through many phases and stuff because I've been streaming for 10 years. I was streaming for 6 or 7 years. 6 or 7 years up until that point. So you know, I get it. I mean, like, it's not an easy stream to watch when I'm raging at fucking speedrunning. That's why people come back for the subathons, because they know I'm having a good time most of the time. But yeah, like, earning people's trust back after not this one, the other one that we were talking about. Like, earning people's trust back after crashing out during the other one was, you know, tough. But the most recent subathon was really good. We're gonna talk about that too.
I wasn't so nice about it though, because it was directed toward a guy who called me a beggar for hyping up the
He called me a beggar, that's what it was.
Sub
yeah.
combo. In general, this year I tried to lessen the amount of time I talked about the timer, sub goals, and putting on the salesman persona to hype things up like last year. This year felt more genuine and relaxed, though
That's
I did
true.
get some comments from viewers saying they missed the old razzle dazzle.
That is true too. People actually, that was one of the comments people had, is that I wasn't like hyping up the timer enough that year. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like the timer hypes itself up if the content is good enough. I don't know. I guess the moral here is that people are gonna take issues with different things. You gotta just do what you think is right. Like, people complain that I talk about the timer, people complain that I don't talk about the timer. So, just do what you think is appropriate.
I just felt like this year's theme didn't mix well with that kind of atmosphere, and I wanted that environment to translate back.
That is true too. The movie thing with like the glittery outfits and stuff, like Mr. Movie, like the supervillain persona, fits much better with like the fucking like give me money jokes and stuff. I also think that like it's not that subathon made a lot of money. It was like $145,000 after taxes. A lot of money. I feel like after a certain point, like, people already knew that I had a good amount of money at that point, but after that I really had a lot of money, because I invested it at the proper time as well. So I feel like the give me money persona doesn't really work very well. Like, it's not funny after a certain point when people know that you have money. You know? Gotta have some tact after a certain point.
To the normal speedrun streams more smoothly. Last year, we also experimented with added time bonuses for the timer staying above certain hour thresholds, along with a
Oh yeah, that was a thing too. So like if the timer is above 10 hours, subs are worth more. If the timer is above 20 hours, subs are worth more. People didn't fucking care. Did absolutely nothing. People, like, no, even if it's like good for them, like, cause they're not gonna, how do I explain this, right? Like, people are still going to get like 70% of their value if it's the last minute. That's just how it works. You can literally be told, like, you're losing money if you wait until it's, like, at this point, and they'll still do it because it's the last minute. That's just how it works. So that was a funny idea. Like, it's logical. It's like, well, people are going to want to keep the timer above 20 hours now because they're giving, like, they're getting more for their subs, right? Doesn't work. The edging is eternal. 30-hour timer cap to discourage massive sub dumps, which would lower the stakes of the event for several days after. Both of these ideas were scrapped in the Wait. What did I just say?
dazzle. I just felt like this year's theme didn't mix well with that kind of atmosphere, and I wanted that environment to translate back to the normal speedrun streams more smoothly. Last year, we also experimented with added time bonuses for the timer staying above certain hour thresholds, along with a 30-hour timer cap to discourage massive sub dumps, which would lower the stakes.
Oh, yeah, the fucking 30-hour cap so people would pace themselves. I mean, that's an interesting idea, because, like, when it gets to 70 hours and people are just, like, used to not giving subs for a few days. Nah, I don't know about that. I mean, because the idea is, like, when the timer got up to 70 hours and we're, like, going 3 days without subs, people just kind of, like, panic when they see it get low and, like, people kind of forget that's a subathon. I don't know. That was an interesting idea, but it wasn't, I don't know.
Of the event for several days after. Both of these ideas were scrapped in the follow-up event this year. It's just nicer to have fewer numbers on the screen and clearer incentives that require no explanation.
Honestly, though, if I'm being really honest, all the fucking different colored text and numbers and fucking slop all over the screen made it really fucking funny. Like, the first one being so scuffed was actually based. Like, it was entertaining, like, how fucking chaotic that screen was. Like, this is obviously cleaner.
The less confusion.
This is obviously way cleaner and nicer and, like, more well thought out. But, like, the complete chaos and slop of the first one was just really funny. Like, it looked like a fucking problematic crypto stream. It looked like a scam. I think that's part of why it was so amusing. Because, like, you have this guy wearing this fucking glittery jacket, like, with all these fucking deals on the screen. telling you, like, come on, guys. We can do it. We can get to the next level. It's too funny. And, like, obviously, like, I know all these people. It's just, like, with context, like, obviously it was a fucking meme.
And less talking about sub incentives, the more
Walter White.
gaming and more making memes. And of course, I'd like to thank Ivo, Pat Richards, Dark, and Yeoman for all your help setting up and supporting the technical aspects of this event. And while I'm at it, Jade Mallow as well for the expert advice on retro capture as always.
Goats.
I'd also like to briefly mention that
Aaron wasn't actually around at this point, technically. Like, he was around, but he wasn't, like, helping with tech stuff. Aaron is the goat, though. Aaron is the one true tech goat. Like, that guy fucking... That guy has saved my ass so many fucking times, dude. And, like, his work is just so clean. Like, everything runs seamlessly with him. It's so fucking nice.
one of the major criticisms...
Yeah, Aaron's work on the last subathon really fucking, like... Aaron rules, huh? Yeah, like... Yeah, like, that subathon would not have ran nearly as smoothly without his help. That was awesome. Well, I mean, I paid him, obviously, but, like... It still helped, you know? Like... He didn't have to do any of that.
Criticisms last year from some people during the variety section was that a lot of the games didn't get finished and got flipped around after every 2 hours. So this time we made a great effort to finish as many games as possible. And we did.
And then we finished even more games than this most recent one. But we also had common sense to know when it was time to switch and come back later. Like, we actually finished a lot of games. We were getting trolled with the fucking wheel tour, like, for the first, like, 15 days or whatever, 10 days, but yeah, it was funny. I don't know, like, the wheel trolling made it memorable. I don't have any regrets. Like, it would have, like, what's better, like, finishing the games less than 12 days, or going for like 16, 17, 18 days with the wheel trolling and, like, playing movie over and over, and, like, the elf, like, come on, like, it was a lot more memorable with the scuffed rules.
End up finishing somewhere between 50 and 60 full games in the month that we were on.
2 games a day. And a lot of those games were not short either. Movie was first? Yeah, movie's always first. All 3 subathons started with movie. The big ones, I mean.
Not to mention the dozens of other games that were half finished as well, which we were trying to get to, but ultimately it was better off it ended the way it did.
Yeah, we got halfway through Ratchet and Clank and, like, a bunch of others.
Bottom line is, a lot more gaming this time, and I think it'll be a lot more rewatchable in the future because of...
Dude, the fucking sleep-deprived Frogger reaction.
One final aspect which was cut this year that I'd like to discuss was allowing group calls on my stream while I was sleeping. This started at some point during Movie Madness last year when I lost my voice from saying movie quite literally tens of thousands of times consecutively and popping off for all the major donations. My mods and other trusted community members...
Well, actually, another reason why it happened is because I wasn't cleaning my pitcher that I was pouring water out of. There was, like, bacteria growing in the water pitcher, which is pretty disgusting, but, like, it is what it is. We learned our lesson. So, like, yeah, like yelling and saying movie tens of thousands of times while drinking dirty water is gonna do it.
Members offered to hop on the stream with me while I worked on the no.
That's also why I lost my voice, because, you know, I yell a lot, but I don't lose my voice a lot, so my voice gets weak sometimes, but, like, losing it like that, like in the subathon, my throat was on fire. It was bad. That's like a fucking bacterial infection. That's not just, like, losing your voice. And, losing my voice with, like, the fucking infamous, like, apology video from all those years ago was also because of the fucking dirty pitcher, too. Like, this is the dirty pitcher era. And, like, yeah, like, I was yelling a lot, but losing my voice and, like, harming myself from yelling was, like, literally just drinking dirty water. And as soon as we got rid of that, I never lost my voice again. Maybe I lost it when I had bronchitis a couple of years ago. Yeah, a couple of years ago now. Wow.
Hit run and kept the memes flowing while my voice healed, which I'm not sure if the subathon would have lasted had they not helped.
Yeah, the modcast was really fucking, like, we would not have gotten anywhere if it weren't for that modcast. We wouldn't even have beaten the game. Needless to say, like Rumi and Adam put a lot of work into that, like the nighttime stuff later on as well, when we lost the Twitch plays and we started doing like screen sharing and shit. Both very fucking helpful. I accepted a lot of help from people in this subathon, and I guess I kind of wanted to step away from that. I think we're just gonna do movie.
I could barely
We did Dutchman last week.
barely speak for almost a week, and their shared joy was a massive morale boost for me during a time when I felt like a career-defining moment was slipping away. It's to this day the most—
That's a really well said line. It really was career defining. Like, this was what made me, like, not just like a one-trick pony, in my opinion. Because, like, we'd done some like really fun stuff and like some fun side quests that people enjoyed, but like this was a big success that had nothing to do with speedrunning. And then we proved after this shit that like the majority of the subathon was not attached to SpongeBob. I needed to prove that it wasn't speedrunning, it wasn't SpongeBob, it was SHiFT. That's what this subathon allowed me to prove. That's the ultimate thesis of this subathon, is that it allowed me to prove myself as a creator and not just a competitor. It was movie. Yeah, no, we stopped playing movie after the first 30 days. That's what I mean, is like, that was a big reason why, like, that was one of my motivating factors to go to do Incredibles and completely remove movie from the stream. I didn't want people to say that, oh, it was because of movie. You know, like, it lasted for 50 more days. 50 of the 80 days were nothing but random shit. We did the same no-hit challenge with 2 other games and it was better. Yeah, we actually played Volcano for the first time during that subathon. We realized how bad it was, and then that meme kind of just transcended that subathon and led into the next one. That's when Grandshine started making fun of it and Daggett was born. And yeah, this subathon was the pilot for a lot of good stuff. But yeah, I didn't want anybody fucking saying like, well, he only succeeded because of this or that, and SpongeBob or movie or speedrunning. Like, no. Like, that subathon was innovated and reinvented multiple times throughout the span of those 80 days. I wanted everybody to know that it was me, and also the guys who helped me. So, it was this community and it was under my leadership that made that subathon as good as it was. It was not any particular game or way of playing it. It was just fucking good. You did say we didn't do it with Battle, we didn't do it with Rehydrated. Well, yeah, we got 10K, like, that wasn't supposed to be like a parade or a celebration of like my ability to get subs with like a game that wasn't those. My point for that was that we would have expected it to happen with one of those games, but it happened with fucking movie. And I guess, like, yeah, it felt cool to do it with that game, you know? But then it was like, okay, we've proven that, like, like, Battle for Bikini Bottom is one of my successes, but it's not the only success now, nor is Rehydrated. So now what's next? I have to be able to prove that, like, we don't even need SpongeBob now. Like, now we can do it with fucking Mr. Incredible, and it's going to be just as good or better, and we'll do it with Family Guy. Because now it's not like Heavy Iron games, now it's not like games that are built on the same engine, or cartoon / like kids show games. Now it's like we're doing a Family Guy, and now it's like, oh, we don't even need a challenge, we can just do variety and it'll be good. So just going like each level up, that subathon was a massive fucking boost to my ego. So thanks for that.
Heartwarming time of my entire history streaming, and something I'll never forget. At some point after my voice healed, I began allowing everybody to hang out in the call after I'd gone to bed, which over time evolved into what I believe was an unhealthy situation of some people—
Load Bob. Oh my god, dude. How many times was that said in the chat throughout the course of this?
People staying up all night to talk to chat. While I appreciate that you guys enjoy the community enough to do this, I feel that I should be the only one expected to stay on my stream for long hours like that, especially since I'm the one who's profiting from the sub and
I agree. It feels weird, people doing sub incentive, but like, then again, people doing Twitch plays at night to keep the timer going by getting time added for beating it is kind of the same thing. I guess like I don't know, like it's one level deeper when people were doing sub goals for me while I'm not there. Yeah, these guys also offered their own sub goals on their own accord, which was greatly appreciated. However, I still feel uneasy about accepting this kind of help now, even though they wanted nothing in return. Do I still feel this way? Not necessarily, I guess. I don't know. I still want people to feel like they're enjoying it rather than just like running it. It's a lot of effort to run these things. So I don't know. I feel like this is a very like apologetic stance to be in. Like overly apologetic. I wouldn't mind it in the future, but it would have to be the right setup
as well. Some would say it's no big deal or that it's fine, which is very kind, but it still doesn't address this is a lot of time spent on a stream that is
really. That's a lot.
Not theirs to benefit from objectively. And in general, it's pretty easy to lose track of time talking to this community. So closing off that option entirely felt like the most...
That is true. I mean, wow, this has been like 4 hours. Well, I'm gonna upload this. I'm gonna cut out the part when we were playing battle. I think it's just good to have this kind of like reflection,
ethical plan
like out
this
there.
time, and is largely why I chose to keep this year's night sections restricted to only the soothing sounds of the movie orchestra. But to the...
Yeah, that's true. Like, no offense, but like, when people hear a voice that's not mine, it's kind of like somebody invading your home. Like, does that make sense? Like, my knee-jerk reaction when I hear a voice that I didn't choose to put on my screen is to close the tab. Like, when I hear, like somebody get raided, like when I watch somebody and they get raided to somebody else, and I don't know who they are, I just close the tab. So, but then again, I think that like the orchestra playing while I'm sleeping was kind of having the same effect. We got something planned though for the next one though, because the randomizer was kind of cool, the way that people could like stay tuned in to see what the levels are going to look like, but the textures were way too gross on that. We should have just left it no texture randomization. Yeah, when I'm still here with people, yeah, it was probably nice, yeah. We could probably work that in. I want to have like schedules when people come on the stream and do stuff. I had some ideas like movie marriage counseling, where people just kind of come on like the marriage, but it's like the opposite. Stuff like that to get more people in the stream involved. What the fuck was I about to say? I totally fucking forgot what I was about to say. Yeah, people would spam load Bob until it just broke the thing. I don't even remember what I was just saying. Fuck, I'll rewind it.
To lose track of time talking to this community. So closing off that option entirely felt like the most ethical plan this time. And
oh, well also, like, people were getting harassed, you know. Like, I didn't want to mention it in the video, but like, because it made me sound like I was like being a victim or something, or like, I was being like, you know, people were getting harassed because of my subathon, like, the live stream fails, out of context clips. Like, people were coming to my stream and harassing my mods while I was sleeping. So, like, fuck that. Like, I don't want that happening again. Stupid. They shouldn't be putting, like, and they're also trying to get me subs. Like, no. That's, like, literally, like, fucking slave labor.
Is largely why I chose to keep...
Fuck that. I mean, like, that's the thing, too, is, like, I would need a level of trust with, like, the internet in general to let people sit here on the stream while I'm not here, when there are fucking psychopaths who are like constantly trying to get attention from me. Yeah, fuck that. Forgot about that for a second. But yeah, oh yeah, so I was saying that, like, when you hear somebody else's voice, you tune out. Unfortunately, I think that the orchestra starting when I went to sleep was kind of having the same effect. But, we tried to do the randomizers so people would have something to look forward to see on the stream when I wasn't here. But the textures were really gross and randomized poorly, like in a really disgusting way, so it made it unappealing to look at visually. But, next time we're going to have a full game mod that has hundreds of extra spatulas and levels. So it's like pleasing to look at. It's going to have its own music. You're going to be able to look... Oh, maybe we'll do the orchestra, maybe we don't. But yeah, it's going to be the first look at this full game mod, and you guys are going to be able to play through it for the first time. It'll be released to the public once it's over. Yeah, Tetrax is working on it. But yeah, that's another thing too, is like, these people aren't streamers who are like on here and like doing shit, you know? Like, they're not experienced. So they're not like fit to deal with this shit. Like, if it were me, like steering the ship when my friend's sleeping while he's doing a subathon, and like I'm a professional, you know, professional at fucking sitting on my ass and playing games, but like I know how to deal with people who are like that. So like I can handle that, and I know, like, I'm sure that like my friend would know if I were doing a subathon for my friend, like helping him when he's sleeping, like he would probably trust that, like, yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. Like, he's not gonna be overwhelmed by people harassing him, right? I don't know that when like people are on my stream who don't stream, or it's like their first time streaming, or they're just getting into it. So like, it's not a good idea, because like people were just gonna get their feelings hurt because they're not used to dealing with clowns. This year's night section is restricted to only the soothing sounds of the movie orchestra. But to the mods who supported me last year during and after the Voiceless Mars saga, I will always appreciate the time that you gave to my stream and insisting for nothing in return. I wish that we could have tried the two. They really insisted that I don't give them anything. They really just wanted to be on the stream and help keep it going. But yeah, it's gonna be a full game mod. We're gonna aim for 500 spatulas. I don't know if we're gonna reach that number. We'll see. But yeah, that's the idea. And I'll probably do a thing like every 10 spatulas adds like, I don't know, like some number.
2-hour block at a time idea for the mods to do stuff with chat this year, but I did not want any of you to feel stressed out with how low the timer was the entire event. And of course, thank you to everyone who supported the—
No, it was Ludwig's viewers who were saying that. It's like, yeah, like, that's great that he paid his mods, but like, it's PR, you know? Like, this is a pretty tight-knit community. You guys didn't want anything in return. I didn't think anything was expected. You guys didn't even want anything. It's his prerogative to pay his mods if he wants to. He's also fucking... He also made like 10 times the amount of money that I made. Maybe. What was his subathon? Like $1.5 million. I mean, sure, dude. If I made $1.5 million in a subathon, I'd be doing a lot more than just fucking paying people. The last subathon was like 40 or 50 grand, and how much of that was given away to other streamers? But I'm just terrible. Horrible person.
Event. Whether it was with subs, donations, merch, or simply chatting and using channel points you saved up from watching the speedruns to vote for games. If it weren't for this community's game suggestions and sense of humor, I would not have had nearly as much fun as I did this year. It took us around 3 months to plan the whole thing, picking all the games in chat, and me ordering the physical copies to get that authentic Shrek experience. Ultimately, I enjoyed this subathon a lot more overall. I felt it was handled far better on my end as well. After going through 80 days of it last year and reflecting on it, experiencing what felt like a never-ending infinite money glitch is a tough thing to digest and navigate with clarity.
I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you that it literally felt like a money glitch. Like, it literally felt like an infinite money glitch, and anybody who was there will tell you the same thing. It just kept fucking going. It literally felt like it was never gonna end. Like, I just don't understand. It was like God trying to teach me a lesson. And my life changed a lot after that too. I had a lot of introspection to do after that one. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of stuff in my life got really weird after this. And I think I've turned out okay. It's been like 4 years almost now. I think I've been doing alright.
Even returning to speedruns cold turkey after last year's ended was tough to deal with mentally for months, because constantly receiving donations just felt like breathing at that point, which is crazy to think about for what just started as a week-long meme. I just hope this recent event has shown that I've taken time to reflect on how to handle it better, even if it wasn't perfect, especially toward the end. Subathon culture can become problematic if not handled properly.
I really hate the word problematic. Anyway, This is not the most recent one. The most recent one, like, fixed all of these issues and more. Like, instead of 1,000 subs unlocking games, every 1,000 subs we gave 100 subs to a random streamer who was speedrunning. I originally wanted to give $10,000 to GSA to help them fund their events. This is before all the Mario drama and all the, you know, payment stuff and speedrun summit shit. Like, there's been a lot of, like, drama about GSA over the last year or so. It was before all that. But ultimately, they didn't accept my money. And instead I said, oh, I guess I'll just do, like, I'll incorporate my interests in helping the speedrunning community through the subathon and just donate to people who are speedrunning to, like, maybe people will see that and they'll, like, stream speedruns hoping that they get picked, you know. I don't know. That was my idea. Like, the word would get out, more people would stream speedruns. Thought it was fun. And, it was fun. It was a really good time. It just so happened my first real one I've done became an overnight success with no time to ground myself and see. Yeah, like, I mean, it's kind of like a mirror to, like, my streaming career, right? Literally, like, within 2 months of starting to speedrun, I had a world record in a really cool game. 4 months after that, I was partnered. Not even 6 months after that, I was over 500 subs. I could have just dropped out of college if I wanted to at that point and just gone full time. But I stuck with it to just finish it because, you know, you've already made it that far. I knew that paying it off wouldn't have been an issue. You know, I was on the front page. And then Rehydrated happened, like, not even 2 years, like 2 years maybe after that. I didn't even have a webcam until my second year of streaming. It was just all because, like, just the commentary and the gameplay. That was it. Which even, like, in 2016, a lot of people, like, you needed a webcam to get big in 2016, in my opinion. Unless you were, like, Lyric. Very few exceptions, people got partnered without a webcam. And Dide was one of them, actually. Dide was amazing at his game. He was also playing the most popular speedrun at the time, though. So that's, you know, that's gonna help, obviously, but nobody expected SpongeBob, man. I didn't fucking know that any of this shit was gonna fucking happen, man. But within 2 years of all that, my fucking game is being remade because it got so popular on the internet. And they asked me to be the poster child of it and fucking help them develop it. It was all because of the hat, yeah. Like, this is a mirror of that, man. Like, mistakes were made. Things were said. Like, shit fucking happens. These 80 days are like a little microcosm of my career up until that point. Just, like, speedrunning that. So, sometimes you just strike gold and you don't know how to deal with it. You know? That's why, like, people win the lottery and they go broke. It's the same thing. For what it was. The dedication I put into my game and stream over the years was reciprocated by the fans who'd grown up watching me for 6 years up to that point. And that's a really important line too, because when people, when I'm feeling sorry for myself and I'm like, oh, like, if I just fucking started doing IRL content or variety, I would have been so much more, like, that's just me feeling sorry for myself. It's not actually true. Like, obviously a big reason why these subathons were successful is because the passion is reciprocated by the viewers to the person who's, like, passionate about their game. People watch me for years, grown up for years. Maybe they're people who started watching in middle school and now they're fully grown with jobs and disposable income, you know what I mean? Like, obviously there's more to it than just, like, this content has more viewers than this, and this is more engaging, and he's having fun here and not having fun here. Like, there's more to it than just that. There's obviously more to it. And I think that puts it succinctly. That, like, the subathons are really a reciprocation of, like, what is essentially just putting my gameplay on display and trying to spearhead a game that I like because I like it. Even long after the objective peak, which was Rehydrated, still playing it. And people appreciate that, and they reciprocate it, not just because of the battle, but also the other SpongeBob games we kept around, too. So there's more to it. Everything is I guess if you want to look at it in, like, a technical sense, like in a business sense, Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning is what we would call a loss leader in business. It's like how Costco fucking throws their chicken out for like $2 to get you to come in and buy it, but then they expect you that you'll buy other things in the store too. So they get you in with the main product that's underpriced, and then you stick around and you buy other things. If I'm thinking like a businessman, that's kind of how I would describe it to somebody who wouldn't understand somebody passionately playing a video game, right? Like, I would tell people that, like, if I'm talking to like a fucking like uncle, like Unk, who doesn't know what Twitch is. I guess I'm fucking Unk now, but like somebody who's more Unk than me, I'd be like, that's how I'd explain it to them. Like, yeah, the speedruns don't like generate my revenue, but like they get people in and they keep people around, and it's something that people really cherish and hold near and dear. And the fact that it's improving and still the times are getting lower, even if they're not here to watch it every day, they still appreciate it. It makes people want to come back just by virtue of existing. So that's how I can rationalize it from like a business sense, because I'm an adult and I have to make money. And I'm coming to a point in my life I'm going to be more responsible for more than just myself at this point. But that's the thing, is like, you got to understand, like, just because like in my head I'm like a kid and I want to play games and like be good at games like a fucking teenager and like young adult who's speedrunning on Twitch without like a mortgage and shit, you know? Like, I got to be smart and somehow blend the adult into like the kid and like hold on to the kid as long as I can. And like, I don't know, like speedrunning is like I don't think it's ever going to go out of style necessarily. Like, people are just going to get better at it. And I'm just going to keep getting more entertaining and more passionate at it. So, like, I don't think it's going anywhere. I'm going to keep putting my chips on it. And, yeah, I'll never listen to anybody who thinks that, like, because, like, I have fewer viewers when I'm speedrunning the same game every day to get a better time versus, like, a subathon that's, like, announced, planned, has all these theatrics planned, and it's, like, it's not comparable. It's all part of the same thing, though. It's all, like, the success of these things that we plan and do are just reciprocations of the effort that is put into the stream continuously, whether it's a subathon or not. Such a consistent and organized stream of support, it just started to feel normal. Much like the many fans who don't feel entitled to me. Yeah, and it just feels normal after a while getting gifted subs over and over. There's a lot that I can really go into here that's just put so concisely in this video. It's actually a pretty solid video. But yeah, like, when the subathon starts to feel normal, like, that's when the mental illness really starts, because it's not normal to get that much money. Of course it's not. Be running BFBB and show their appreciation, even though they know I'll be there doing it every single day. This is the attitude I owed everyone during that subathon who saved and waited for years for an opportunity to support me like this. It should never have felt normal or expected. And the hardest part of running an event like, but it's hard for it not to feel normal. And that's what I was saying, is like, at some point at some point it feels normal, but you have to keep yourself grounded and remind yourself that this is not normal, and it takes a lot of effort and a lot of money to keep something like that going. It's never normal. You can never accept it as normal. You always got to appreciate it. Like, put yourself in that position and you don't know what you'll do until you actually are in it, man. Like, of course what's going on in your head is like, this is insane, this is not normal, but after a while you get used to stuff, man. It's just human nature. Your bar raises and lowers, you get knocked up a peg, you get knocked down a peg. It's just life. Like, things are only as bad as they are relative. This is why I stopped getting depressed, because I realized that, like, it's all relative. Like, life can be so much better or it can be so much worse, but like, depression is really just the inability to adjust yourself to how your brain tricks you and shit, yeah. You'd be surprised, man. I thought I could never go 80 days without playing the Battle for Bikini Bottom and speedrunning. But once you get into it, like, the mental freedom, like, the capacity that gets unlocked that's usually dedicated to focusing on memorizing, like, little pixels and frames and stuff, when it's opened up to like creativity and like just full focus on entertainment, like, magical things happen, dude. It's kind of crazy, like, what you can do when you dedicate your mind to stuff, when you've already dedicated your mind to something that's also extremely strenuous. It's movie magic.
This is keeping a level head and remembering everyone out there as an individual who decided to generously support my stream. Learning these important lessons while the whole platform scrutinized and even tried to emulate the magic we created felt like a lot of pressure to make it truly great, and I feel that sentiment being shared by myself and my fans is what led to it getting out of control, to the point where I even tried to hard cap it at 100 days as mentioned, but the view.
It also comes from the attitude of the game itself, Battle for Bikini Bottom. Like, that was always the rally, was that the game is great, and we want everybody to see it. So, like, that same attitude was being applied to the subathon. Like, we wanted everybody to see how great it was and how successful it was. It really is a mirror to my streaming of speedruns up until that point. It's kind of interesting.
Viewers just couldn't agree to accept it. I'm just happy this recent one ended once we all realized deep down it needed to. It's a shame the final few days were rough, but overall it was still a great time and in most ways was better than last year's. Progress is progress, and I believe that's a valid marker of my intentions and dedication to improve.
The first subathon had a lot of good clips, but I do think the second one was overall more fun until it started to get bad.
My own character and running better events. And if we decide to do another one, I'm sure the third time's the charm. We've been discussing the possibility.
Character is the key word, by the way. Like, you can get a good essence of my character from watching my stream more than 2 seconds and actually listening to what I have to say. I think this video is okay for that. It's hard to get an essence of somebody's character in an edited video. But there's plenty of footage of me on the internet just talking like this, uncut. So, that's the thing, is like when people try to misrepresent my character, just show them the results and show them me actually talking, you know.
We have a 12-day capped event for the holidays, but I wanted to get this retrospective out before any serious discussion about that. I already have a pretty developed idea of what it would be, and it's a great one. But these are still community events, and I want to hear what you guys think about where we've been before we can discuss where we're going. I've had some of my all-time favorite moments of streaming during these events, and with better communication and refining of these mentioned aspects, I believe we can run one that's fun and worthwhile the whole way through. And I want to finish with this so it's not overlooked. Throughout this subathon, we played many SpongeBob games, good and bad. We played many more games that were just bad, and several classic and genre-defining platformers from the early 2000s I believe would change my perspective on my own favorite game. But even so, I've only gained a greater appreciation for Battle for Bikini Bottom through all this. It's still my favorite video game of all time, and my mission to optimize it as a speedrun is still alive and well. So I appreciate your patience because it takes a lot of time and a lot of struggle to see any improvements after one-upping myself for nearly 8 years and counting at this point. To those of you who still support that mission through the good and bad, you're the real ones. Since the very beginning, sub and donation incentives have been the only practical way to support my speedrunning and streaming passions full time. And if you guys think we can get the subathon formula right the third time, I'd be happy to give it another try instead of going back to the scattered incentives, because a lot of people enjoyed these events even if they weren't perfect. Let me know your thoughts in the comments or in my stream chat while I'm live. I'll do my best to read all of them. Thank you for—
Yeah, and then we ended up doing both the scattered incentives and the subathon. The scattered incentives were good to like generate the memes and get people in the mood, and then we did the subathon. We ripped the subathon after we did all those throughout 2024. 2024 was a really fun year. A lot of good shit, a lot of good memes. This camera might just totally be dead. I need a new battery on it. Okay, we got a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, I think that like I know this is not like relevant to like the subathons, but like closing out the video, tying it back to speedrunning battle, like I think that's pretty key. Talking about how I feel about that game. After talking about all these things that were like hyper successful and made a lot of money and looked less stressful and, you know, whatever. Like, I think it's important to note at the end that battle is still the main thing. But yeah, the Christmas subathon fixed all the problems that we addressed in these videos and more. And the addition of the gift subs to the other speedrunners to support speedrunning while we're not even speedrunning ourselves, you know, having a more balanced and effective, efficient way of the viewers having input to the stream that's also beneficial to the timer and doesn't let people take too much control of the stream. That was all addressed. The beeping was addressed, so a more pleasant sound. Sleeping every day instead of not sleeping every day. We had fun the whole time for that reason alone. Yeah, it was just a very concise fix to the previous one. Now, I did mention the previous one was meant to be a torture device, but like, I guess the Christmas one was like what we would have done if it hadn't have been engineered to be a torture device, and also fixing the underlying problems we weren't aware of before starting the second one. So the third one was really fucking good. And the fourth one is going to be a blend of like the challenge and variety, with a lot of nostalgia mixed in, with a lot of different things we've done over the years. There's going to be a schedule. So like there are going to be challenges, but there's going to be a schedule of like, if we reach a certain point, like each special day we reach has a special event going on at a specific time that day. So there's a reason to tune in, regardless of like whatever is being used. Oh wow. I should have turned off my fucking PS3. I'll just turn it off now. Totally forgot to do that. I mean, I got 2 records today. I know it's not what I wanted, but hopefully we'll get more tonight. Kind of just sat and talked for a while, but I feel like this is good to get off my chest a lot of this stuff and like, you know, kind of like re-evaluate how I feel about all this stuff, since it's been a year since the subathon that corrected all of these old ones. But you know, I say corrected, but they were all fun in their own way. But yeah, the one this summer I'm really excited for it. It's also celebrating 10 years too, 10 years of streaming. It'll be 10 years in April. We're going to celebrate it in August. Like I said, challenges, varieties, scheduled side shows, and like main events that are going to be like, if we reach certain days, those things happen, with like scheduled guests on the stream. More costumes this time, because that's feedback I've gotten too. We want more costumes, more scenes, more merchandise, you know. We're going to do the posters again. We're going to have the Creo cards. Everybody's excited about the Creo cards. 100 of them for across 10 years, 2016 to 2026. 10 cards per year. The final 10 cards are combined between 2025 and 2026. You know, the costumes are going to be mostly in theme with like jokes that we've had over the years, like memes and stuff. A lot of different costumes. People like the costumes. The Creo cards are going to be 100 of them. Holographic prints as well. Special edition is going to be a thing. The special edition is looking great. Really exciting. Very expensive to get it done, but very exciting. I think that anybody who's a fan of the game, the show, my stream, is going to really fucking love that special edition. And it's going to be a must-have for sure. I really hope that we deliver everything that everybody wants and more with those. But judging by how well the merchandise kept the timer alive while we were sleeping in the last one, I gotta feel like the Creo cards are gonna really hold it together. Like the timer's gonna always be high. People are gonna be doing the custom mod that nobody's ever seen before, with hundreds of extra spatulas to get more time out of by getting spatulas. Maybe we do something like X number of minutes added per spatula that you collect or something like that. That'd be so cool. Aaron said it's possible. I talked to him about it. He said it might be possible to add minutes like per spatula. Something like that. Like have the game hooked in, and like when certain events happen in the game, like you look behind a rock and there's like a button that gives you more time or something like that. That'd be so sick. Are their cards random? They're gonna be randomized, yeah. You get like a booster box and you like rip the packs. And we're gonna sell like, the boxes are gonna be bigger and have more cards, but they're gonna be a little more expensive. This is a crazy announcement at 8:15 in the morning. Well, it's not the real announcement yet. I haven't been. I'm just giving you vague details. I'm not being specific. But not being that specific. But yeah, like I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. So the booster boxes are gonna be bigger than they were last time, which makes them a little more expensive. That's just so the shipping's more efficient, so we don't have to ship as many boxes. Like maybe instead of buying like 2 boxes, instead of buying 3 boxes, you buy 2 for the same number of cards or something like that, just to like save money with like the materials, you know. we were one of the first partners with Creo. We were in the Speedrunner pack, the original one. A lot of people don't know this, but I was the first individual solo creator who partnered with Creo. I'm the first one. Before anybody else, I was the first one. It's just that our project's been worked on for the past 3 years, so we never released it. But I'm the first solo partner of Creo. We've had this in the oven for so long that you wouldn't know that unless I told you. It was me who convinced Luke that solo creators should be able to make their own series, because one of the things I observed with the Speedrunner pack is that it was hard to get people to buy them because they wanted the one creator and not all of them together. So when we did the subathon with the crash out that we were watching in the video here, like, we sold 600 boxes of Creo cards between that and like the wild card incentive after the subathon. So that was enough to convince him, along with the 200 boxes we sold with no incentive the year prior during pre-order. I was like, hey, we sold like almost half of the boxes out of the 11 runners. We sold like almost half of them. Like, you should just give us a shot and like we'll make our own series and it'll be great and people will buy it. And like, he finally agreed. Also, thank you, Mishap, for the 17 months. He finally agreed to do it. And since November of 2023, I think, we've been working on it. So, yeah, part of it's like, oh, I don't know these other people, and I'm not guaranteed to get SHiFT cards, so I don't want them. Like, it's natural that, like, people, like, in a community will, like, buy the cards pertaining to the like, if it's, like, when he started doing the Hermitcraft stuff, it makes more sense because they're all kind of streaming together. But, like, we're all different games and stuff, so, yeah. Yeah, it did, 100%. It led to Coreway's stuff as well. Like, Luke's vision with the company initially was to bring communities together, which is noble, and I love the idea. But it just works better when you just do it with individual creators. But yeah, we've been working on these cards since 2023, and they're coming along great. And they were originally supposed to be for 8 years of celebrating 8 years of streaming. And it was going to be, how many was it going to be? 64 cards, 8 cards per year, 64 cards. And I said, let's just wait 2 more years, make them better, get better cards, line it up with the subathon for 10 years. Like, they'll sell better, there'll be more references, we have more time to come up with good things, we have more time to get the art down. So instead of doing 8 years, 64 cards, we'll do 10 years, 100 cards. And yeah, we're finally going to do the pre-orders in August. It's really exciting. Really fucking exciting. But as I was saying, as it relates to the subathon, like, the posters and the hats and stuff really helped the timer a lot when I was sleeping. The mugs and all that. So I think that the card pre-orders are going to go so fucking hard for the subathon, dude. Like, sleeping. Because, like, there's always a reason to buy more cards. You don't know what you're getting. And even if you get duplicates, like, you can still get stuff to trade people. You want to complete your deck, you're going to have to trade people. Buy more cards. Yeah, that's literally going to be the notification when people buy more cards. And also, I talked to Luke about this too. We're going to be able to get, like, they're still going to be high quality, but they're going to be, like, lower quality samples. So I can, well, you already know that, like, I'm not, the profit margins are going to be kept very low on this during the pre-order phase, at least, because I want people to just get them. It's going to be a limited run, so the number that we get sold in pre-order is going to be the number that gets made, period. No more will be made after that. The molds that we use to make them are going to be destroyed. So that's it. Like, whatever we sell in pre-order, we'll probably multiply it by 2, multiply it by 3, whatever. But yeah, I'm keeping the profit margins very low because I just want people to have them. And I was saying that, like, the boxes are going to have to be bigger so we can ship them more efficiently. We're going to do individual packs as well. Like, you can get, like, a couple of them shipped in an envelope if you don't want to pay for a full box, just so more people can have them. No, because if they exist, they can be made again. I mean, it sounds cool, but, like, I think it's better off they get destroyed. So, like, it truly. Well, what I'm getting as a souvenir kind of is the cards existing. Like, I'm gonna get the original prints, and I was planning on maybe doing a get together where I get a bunch of guys who are, like, featured on the stream over the years to kind of, like, meet up somewhere, and we can record ourselves ripping packs, and, like, I'll have, like, the original prints of their cards that have them drawn on them, and, like, give them out. as like official like slabbed things like this one is here, you know. Yeah, there are gonna be signed rares this time. Luke is gonna ship me boxes filled with the first 10. Well, what I want to do is the first 10 of every rare card. The first 10 of every rare or holographic card will have an autograph to keep in theme with the 10 years thing. So we're gonna do signed rares, like physically signed, not like stamped on, like actual, like I touched them and I wrote on them. Yeah, some people actually have signed ones because they met me at an event. But we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do, unlike the other ones, for the first 10 being autographed, there's gonna be a set of, you already know I talked about the special edition card. The standard ones you can just buy in like these, like the special edition is gonna come in like one of these, like you'll be able to buy this, be slabbed up. There's gonna be a holographic variant of the special card that's not gonna be in a slab, but there will only be 10 of them, just 10 total in the packs. Out of like 100,000 to 200,000 cards, there are only going to be 10, and of those 10, only the first one is going to be autographed. So there's not going to be a 1 out of 1. There's going to be a 1 out of 10, but the first one of those 10 will be signed. So that's how the autograph, that's how we're going to handle the 1 out of 1 that people keep asking me if we're going to do a 1 out of 1. There's not going to be a 1 out of 1. But the signed first print of the holographic special that's in the packs, like just for fun, that's going to be effectively the 1 out of 1. That's going to be the ultimate chase card. And it's also like these cards actually have serial numbers this time. Although they all had serial numbers, but they have like chronological order. So like it's kind of like a photo album when you put them together. Like the old cards, like they had serial numbers like 1 out of 1,000 or something, 1 out of 200, whatever. But they didn't have chronological order, obviously, because it's like different creators and stuff. The chronological order, I don't even know if Creo even does that yet. We might be the first ones to do that. But like when you line them up, like all 100, they kind of like tell a story. It's kind of like a scrapbook album. Like that's why we're doing the collector's binder as well, so you can like put them in order and you can like see the story of the stream get told with illustrations and stuff. But yeah, like numbers 1 through 100 are going to be the like 2016 to 2026. But number 0 is going to be the special card, and you'll understand why it's number 0 when you see it. It'll make a lot of sense when you see it. Yeah, the slop is planned. It's not being worked on right now. The ones that are being worked on right now are like Movie Disc Snap, the first Sub 41, Sonny's final appearance on the stream and like on the cruise ship. We're redoing that one. The original one doesn't really fit my current vision for how I want it to like fit with the rest of the cards, so we're redoing it with a different artist. Not because the original one was good, but it's just a different direction this time. It's my fault as a director that it's still a good card, but it just doesn't. Maybe I'll show the ones that got cut someday and explain why I didn't want to include them, but it's still a good card. What else? The special thanks is being worked on right now. The sloppy DS games from the last subathon, that one's being worked on right now. Happy Birthday is being worked on. We're redoing the first 53. Different artists, different concept. Yeah, a lot of the Family Guy no-hits being done currently as well. The ones that are really important are saved or being redone. They're either being redone or they're being saved for last. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's like working with me is a pain in the ass. No, definitely. No, you're 100% right about that. I'm a horrible client. But some people appreciate how hard I push them. Just, you know. I try to be generous whenever I can because I'm definitely a lot to deal with, that's for sure. But it'll be worth it when you see it. Oh, we still gotta finish this video.
For watching. This has been the good.
Let's fucking go!
The bad.
Just fucking end it!
And of course, the movie.
I'm so dark, I just fucking love being fucking being mean, being fucking white, you fucking being fucking being.
The 5 minutes I spent researching wedding vows now pronounce you man and movie.
SpongeBob.
You may now movie the movie.
It's a movie forever!
Yo, SHiFT, this movie Madness stuff was pretty cool and the SpongeBob is cute too. But have you considered how epic Volcano Madness Island-a-thon would be? I literally got that game for Christmas when I was still in my dad's balls. I'm so glad you're thinking about doing another sub-a-thon because I know which game I want you to play for 7 weeks straight.
That's so good. Do you remember when Daggeth's voice was actually good? Volcano Madness Island-a-thon. Fuck, it's so good. Yeah, I won't leak any cards, but like, I don't know, like I just like I mean, like I don't even know what the point of even showing this is because they're so like so different now. I don't know. I guess some people have never even seen them, but the Creo command has all the stuff on it, like the spreadsheet, and has like all the like examples that we've shown. Yeah. What's a good example that I haven't? I gotta make sure I don't leak anything. I think this is a good one. Just show this one. Fuck, the artwork is so big. I gotta like. Also, people looking at my stream right now probably think that I fell asleep or something and forgot to turn off the stream. But my camera's fucked. I gotta get a new battery. But yeah, this is an example of what it looks like. It's like staged in like a slab. I mean, like obviously this is referring to the GDQ run that led into the 4359. Yeah, it's really bad. My other camera died a year ago, and now this one's battery is getting really bad. But luckily it's not the camera itself, it's just the battery probably. But yeah, like it's just stuff that's illustrated like this. Like it's not like literally the thing happening. And like obviously like this one is more literal. The panel colors are a lot more, they're like textures on them. Like these like panels that say common in 2017 and stuff, like they're resized, they have like textures on them now. Like this is like a very like prototype example of what these cards look like. But, like obviously this example is more literal, whereas like something like this is not as literal, but it's like obviously like these jokes are meant to like show the media shares that people were doing and stuff like in this particular playthrough. Yeah, that's what I have. It's just dying. The battery itself is dying. So, yeah. Yeah, it's been a fun project, and like these have all been shown off, by the way. No, I wasn't really sitting in a classroom with apes with a fucking war bandage on my knee. There are a bunch of little details like that, like the fact that I hit my knee and I was like fucking laughing and fucking shitting myself with the knee, and the fucking fart noises and the apes playing in the background. The cup that I kept drinking the whole time, even though there was nothing in it. Just like stupid 21-year-old things, I guess. Yeah, no, it's been a fun project. And this one's already been shown, but I had this one touched up recently and like adjusted. But it's just like cool ways of representing things that happen, and there are 100 of them. And these aren't even the best ones. They're all good, obviously, but like the best ones I haven't even shown yet. The best is yet to come. Saving the good ones for the reveal on August 1st when the subathon begins. We're going with August 1st, I think, but I'll make an official announcement in the future. So mark your calendars. This has been essentially an entire review and reflection of all the subathons, and a little teaser for the next ones. I had fun. I enjoyed it. I wish I could have done more runs, but I did get 2 records today, and I was starting to play a little sloppy. So Yeah, the Nike swish is like a little off because of copyright, yeah. Whatever we're able to get away with. And of course, like, there are some things where, like, it's a little on edge where, like, we might not be able to get away with it outside of just, like, printing them, putting them in the packs. So, like, if I have, like, I'm not saying this is a thing, but if there were a card with me branding SpongeBob's ass with the time that I got with a branding iron, we might not be able to put that one on display on the internet, but, like, it can just exist in the packs, and, like, once they're sold, like they'll never know about it if it ever becomes an issue. Like they're not going to see it because they're not going to buy them. So if that is a thing that happens to exist, yeah, then, you know, probably won't end up being an issue. If there happens to be a card of me wearing a Diaper Sandy outfit, like, at some point in this, probably not going to get sued because they're not going to see it on the internet anyway, and they're not going to buy the packs, so they'll never know. If those things exist. Not saying they do. Oh, we were also thinking about doing card reveals in the mod. Like, you'll be able to see, like, my idea was to, like, repurpose the robot viewer, so, like, if you find cards, like, laying around in the game, you collect them, and it, like, adds the card to the robot viewer in the police station, so you can, like, look at the new card reveals in the computer. It's a little idea if we end up having time. Yeah, no, we've been thinking about this for a while. It's gonna be a fun subathon. It seems pretty well thought out to me, at least so far. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff we have to do. We have a lot of costumes that have to get made. We have a lot of promotional material. The cards aren't even finished. We've done over 100 cards, but we only have 88 done that'll actually make it in. Because, yeah, some things got cut, and some things are still being cut. Theater, we're probably just going to make it a level. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever Tetrax wants to do with it for now. Anyway, I got to go. I got to be here, like, in 12 hours, actually, to do that stream. I'm probably not even going to be awake, but I'll try my best. And I have to fucking highlight those runs, too. I have a lot of work to do. Alright, we'll see what happens. See ya. Thanks.